All right. Welcome back. Episode 14. We are just finishing up a battle with some underground critters and a familiar taunting voice, if I'm not mistaken. What else do we all remember from last we met? The legends. Everybody loves Lord Byron. He's the nicest,
Oh,
kindest, most gentle elven soul to ever exist, right? Yes?
prick.
We can't kill him because then he's gonna haunt me forever. And if he haunts me forever, I haunt all of you forever.
You're already in the party.
He's paying us large sums of money. He's paying us large sums of money. He's paying us large sums of money.
What is he
Ain't
paying
bad.
large sums of money for, by the way?
Unkidnapping his brother and
It's not even unkidnapping his brother. It's going with him to attempt to unkidnap his brother, and whatever happens, happens.
or ensuring his brother's death.
Yeah, that's...
Plus some big holes.
Oh yeah, we have to fill in some really big holes.
Strategic
No comment from the bard.
positions.
Say again, Levi.
No
I said strategic defensible positions. I do not know what you're talking about.
I don't think I can do anything about the big holes in the ground.
I mean, I kinda can.
No, I can't.
I can plug him with corpses of giant earthworms.
I couldn't remember if I had
Move Earth.
or whatever it is. Yeah, I don't. That's my other character.
All right. Well, I guess that wraps it up. Do you guys remember the Lord Byron's brother's name? I had to look it up too. Just wanted to see how robust your notes are.
I lost my notes, so I have no
Oh
fucking
no!
clue.
Not at all, because I usually
The
don't
good
take
brother.
Damascus. Lord Damascus.
Hopefully
the
Hopefully
man.
not an asshole. Yeah. Need to
Mr.
call
Knife
him.
got it.
Yeah. And we're going to prove nature versus nurture. This
He's probably a knife guy.
nice guy.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey.
We've converted him, Coda. We've got him making puns.
You don't want me to start. Dakota definitely does not want
I
me to
definitely do
start.
not want him to start.
Is it Holland?
Holland is the ransomer, the one that wrote the note for
The bandit.
the bandit that is
The note-
normally seen in or heard of it from in southern Limnus, that has kidnapped Damascus.
I only wrote Byron's brother.
All right. Well, I will drop you guys back off at where we last left off.
I heard Lord Byron wrote most of Shakespeare's plays.
No. No. Also, I think we should call him Brian
Why?
and just make him absolutely think that we're pronouncing it correctly, but just call him Brian. Like, this is my goal. Why do I have a big circle? Oh, that's my aura.
It's your aura, because you're
Why do I have a
fancy.
circle
Yeah.
around me.
I don't see anything.
Oh, do I have to? I see it because of that. Let me make it so it's a universal aura. There is a little thing I can do for that. Uh-oh. Why is this map want to be goofy and lock up on me all of a sudden?
There was an update.
There was.
I don't know if
wasn't
that's
there?
true or not.
There's always an update.
It's been fine all day, and then I go to this map, and it's like, nah.
There's an update, and then they don't fix the update until the next update, and then those updates are broken.
I got an update for your update, so you can update while you update.
Yo,
Huh.
dog.
Oh, that's Reload and see if that fixes it. Like, I've been trying to troubleshoot this too, man. I don't know. Like, this map isn't even all that complicated. There's like 4 things that are lines of sight stuff.
I get what you're putting down.
All right. I was gonna change the music and everything. Now I gotta reload. It did really good while I was importing other stuff too. All right, let's see.
This guy's not paying us to protect him, right?
He is.
That's pretty much exactly what he's paying
I feel like
you
it's
for.
implied as part of the job.
Well, I mean, it wasn't in the contract.
He said escort
It
him.
is. This is an escort quest. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, escorting a corpse is no different than escorting a live person. You're
We
still
still need him
performing
to
the
sign
act.
off on our payment.
Yeah, he has to.
He pulled a superior healing potion out of his pocket. I'm pretty sure his corpse can pay us.
No, I'm not. No, we have to. We have to.
No,
Protect him as
I'll
much
be
as-
the bad guy. Okay.
I mean, hey, if we want, we could always kill him, and then I could try to talk him into paying us.
If
Oh,
only there was
no.
a place
About
to
what?
hide. If only there was a place to hide the body.
Oh no! I
Not
could
okay
cast
with
Shatter,
this.
and it's a cave-in.
Not okay with this.
Actually, that might not be the worst idea if you have that, Sean. To see if we can at least
No.
make those holes less
Do-
death-defying.
Do you see
Yes,
the
I
circle?
see the aura now.
Alright. Perfect. I'm gonna subdue it just a little bit to make it not well. Let's see, does this make it better or worse? Yeah, that's a little better. All right, there you go. All right, so yeah, you've got a bunch of insect-like corpses that you've kind of dragged over. You got some holes, and talks about making camp were taking place last we left. So,
Suddenly out of the hole, Shia LaBeouf.
So, how do you like? You can give me the broad strokes. We don't have to go too heavy into this. Are you leaving the holes? Are you kind of trying to figure out what you want to do, or I'm leaving it to you if there's any investigative things you need to do. If you want to butcher these things up, if
What would be the repercussions, if any, of leaving the holes there? Because clearly these things are naturally occurring, so this stuff would likely happen, and isn't a cleanup crew always coming in and backfilling their holes.
well, these things do happen, but they're not like you guys lived in the world enough that 6 large ass insects busting out of the ground near a well-traveled road is not necessarily commonplace. I mean, sure, I'm sure you can find an instance or a story of it happening, but you also do know from the faint exclamations of a high-pitched voice that this was supposed to be more of a hindrance.
Right.
And likely not normal case. You probably could leave them. Somebody might, like one of the patrols might take it upon themselves to pluck it up. That is an option. But I wouldn't say this is like a every Tuesday type situation.
Actually, the ones that are closest to the road, I'm gonna go try to get Tag and get Nemo and have them help me at least fill them in partially, because if they're close enough to the road, I feel like Gail would be concerned that like a horse could
Yeah.
step too close and break a leg, and then somebody might kill the horse.
That's a good thought, and that's kind of the mindset I was wondering if any of you were in. They are not hard to
Hey.
fill. Like the earth is a little bit soft, but for the most part, It's one of those
Oh, okay.
things where like they
Yeah.
look really huge, but that's just because
Yeah.
they kind of exploded out of the ground. But it, like looking in the
Yeah.
hole, it's like how did these things scrunch down? So like they just needed to make it big enough for like their head to go in, and if you look at them at a certain angle, they're very dart-like.
Yeah, I just figured like between myself and a wolfhound and a stag, we could probably at least get some dirt moving pretty easily.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna cast Shatter on them and see if I could just cave them in more, but if they're soft, then I guess it doesn't really matter.
All I can do is make the holes bigger.
Do you need a strength or something?
You can give me athletics.
Athletics?
Long-term
Okay.
one. You've got help from two beasts of burden. Well, yeah, at least the horse and Nemo are beasts of burden, so you can give me an advantage since you're getting the help action.
16.
Yeah, so Gail, it's gonna take you a bit, and if people are setting up camp, you'll be excluded from the camp setup roles. But yeah,
Mhm.
you have no problem with getting those padded in, and if you leave the three on the top somewhat more open or like not really as secure, you can kind of firm up the ground on the ones for the road even. So
Yeah.
Kipple mentioned that he can plug up the top three.
he what?
Kipple mentioned that he thinks he can plug in the top three at least partially.
Okay.
But it'll have to till after he's done, and I have a feeling I'm probably going to be up through most of the night.
Gotcha. And then
Assuming these things are as hard as the Odiag was to butcher, this is going to be several hours each.
let's see here. So we have
Wasn't the Odiug a size category larger than these?
yeah, the Odiag was huge. These are large. So I'm pulling all this up for you now.
Yeah, I figure I'll do one, and if the parts are worth it, I'll keep going.
That's a good way to look at it too. What's that? While I'm looking this up, anybody else doing anything or want to pitch in?
I'm cooking.
Oh God.
I have to bring the card up first, but yeah.
I'll work on setting up camp then. I wouldn't normally, but other people are busy.
Kip,
All right.
Kipple asked Gail if she can join him for a second when she's free.
What's up?
He'll ask permission to tuck a raven feather behind your ear.
Sure.
Okay. And I use that.
That should be on the next. Okay. Got it.
That has no time limit. So whatever your next initiative roll is, it is at advantage.
Nice. It'll take you the better part of 2 hours to harvest one of these creatures. So if you want to give me the roll for the first one to determine
Sure.
next course, you may do so.
Let me make sure I'm not at advantage. I'm not. 18.
All right. Success. And you get I opened it and it closed right away. Okay.
Because if it turns out to be worth it, I'll probably just stash these in the woods and hope they're not too picked apart by the time we come back, and I'll do it again.
Gotcha.
But after the last time, there's no way in hell I am ever skipping a rest again, because that fucked me so hard last time.
And Copy. I want to copy. All right. Dal's cooking. What are you throwing anything in the pot? You want to make a survival check for it?
Yeah, I got you.
I don't like this.
I don't like this. I have ingredients in the cart, just like spices and preserved meats and stuff.
Gotcha.
Make sure I'm not at advantage. Nope, normal. All right, survive. Ayo.
All right.
It's kind of edible
Suit-
this time.
Suitably horrible still.
Suitably horrible still. Still on brand, but a little better this time.
Can I cast guidance on him so we can at least break a 10 and not die of poisoning?
You're kind of indisposed at the moment.
I feel like he should feed everything to the baby owlbear first.
No, I've made this all lovingly for all of my friends.
All right, you really took your time, by the way, with the first one, and there's one hide you can get. It's hard enough that you can make it into a pretty durable studded leather armor. Lot of good meat, like for an insect. It's kind of almost crab-like in the sense that, like, past the carapace, it's pretty much all just really tenderized, like, insect meat. And then
It's an earth lobster.
yeah, it's pretty much an earth lobster. And you also were able to pretty much collect all the glands from it, and were able to fill up several vials of acid, probably from the one that never actually shot its acid.
Right. Do I suspect that I would get anything different? Oh, wait, the smaller ones are completely different creatures, so I'm going to try to get one of those too.
Okay.
Oi, Dal.
Hmm.
Acid worth hanging on to? Is it profitable or?
Acid's always profitable, yes. It's used in solvents and many other things.
And I got about a half dozen vials out of this, but it'd take me the better part of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 10 more hours to finish the rest of the big uns.
If you want to isolate just the acid and ignore the hide and the rations, you can drastically reduce the amount of time. Since you've now fully butchered one, like, pretty correctly, you could, instead of 2 hours, you probably can get the rest done with just half an hour effort for each.
Okay.
If you're just going for acid.
I would mention the leather too, but
Gotcha.
to Dal just in case. But basically everything comes out studded leather that we've been killing, and I don't think it's been selling very well.
Well, you haven't tried to sell too many of the hides.
That's true.
Oh.
Do you want me to just focus the acid and to hell with the rest?
Is there some sort what kind of check do you want me to do to kind of give a quick like appraisal on what would probably be worth time in terms of like
how much you
money?
could probably get?
Yeah.
If you have a history check, otherwise it's just straight intelligence.
It'll be the same no matter what. So I'll
That's
just roll
what I
intelligence. Or the history, I guess. It's the same thing. Oh no, history's slightly better because I have a little lockety do. And skip that doop. No, I don't know.
You don't really deal with acids, but
What about me and my?
that is who I figured you were gonna consult with. But if you chime in, you can give me an advantage with your alchemy kit. In fact, I might just give it to you unless you bomb it really hard, but I don't think you can.
Yeah, because you can't crit fail skill checks, can you?
No. Thematically, I can make it funny, but yeah, even with a 9, the fact that you're using a poisoner's kit, no less, not even the alchemy kit.
Oh yeah, well, whatever.
Either one works just fine. They're very well suited. So still, I'll take the 27. But yeah, good vial of acid, pretty nondescript, easily sells for 25 gold a vial. Like, that's the standard market price. If you're at a place that wants acid and needs it, you could probably upsell it easily to 30 or 40.
Hmm.
All right. So Nick, I'll say I did this one.
You won't. Oh, I'll also key you in. Like you can use it as an improvised weapon. You throw it at something. It's an easy 2d6 worth of acid damage.
I was able to drag these corpses pretty easily, right?
Yeah, they're big, but they're not like super bulky heavy.
All right. Top left one, I'm going to try moving to the top left hole, and then I'm going to try something.
And you haven't carved this one up yet?
No, that's the one I just finished.
Oh, that is. There's not really. It's the carving
body
process.
parts?
Yeah, unless
Well,
you're
I'm
not
gonna-
taking, because the rations are you pretty much like dissecting it and pulling all the innards out.
I'm going to toss the rations in because I don't want to give Dal any more ammo.
What?
And then I'm going to cast that and see if that helps fill in the hole at least a little bit.
Oh yeah, it it does not smell that great, but yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. So I'm gonna do the little one now, and then I'm gonna focus acid on the rest of these because it doesn't look like. I mean, I'll keep the leather for the first one, but also, Dal, don't forget to update the AC on your horse if you haven't.
Yeah, you've at least have the size of the hole. You can kind of see it.
I thought we had requisitioned the armor before we left, so we don't have it yet.
Oh,
Yep, 2 days.
you might be right. All right.
2 days.
Can I roll for butchering one of the smaller flyers?
You could. Yep. Yeah, they're tiny, so they take almost no time at all.
20.
Oh yeah, yeah. You there's not much to carve up in the first place, but
Right.
it takes you the better part of like 15 minutes, if that. Not much to it. It has some meat. You suppose that the little needled proboscis, you can use it as a dart if you wanted to. It's pretty sharp and it's got a little bit of heft to it, but that's about all you can get from it.
Okay.
So you have one dart and one ration.
I'm going to toss the rest of them in the now smaller hole and cast Decompose on them as well.
Okay. All of
They're
them?
not. Yeah, they're not worth our time. And then I'm not going to take everybody else's time. Just whenever you want me to roll for the remaining 5, I'm just focusing acid.
Okay. You could do it in one batch if you're gonna. So the remaining 5, you would take half an hour, so about 2.5 hours, and you can just give me one bulk roll at advantage because you've already done this.
Yeah. Okay. Let me reset my roll. Advantage. Harvesting tools. Wow. That was terrible.
Yeah. If you want, we can do it individual. Because
let's
as you're trying to go for the first one, and it's not a rush job, but you're really just only focused on that. You realize that you can't take a shortcut with like just cutting the head off. There was something about when you were first delicately removing the hide that that's right. I needed to follow this this line from its head to the back of its back where the glands are. So
gotta split it like a shrimp.
Yeah, so we'll say that first one is spoiled.
No go.
Yeah, and you could dump it into the hole and decompose if you want.
24.
That'll work. And if you want, I'll say that works for the group of them.
Sure. Now that I learned by my mistakes.
By mistake, that's usually how we learn anyway.
Yep.
It's
decompose fine. And everything for the remaining holes, filling them in as much as possible.
Gotcha. And all right, and you get another.
Should be 24 acid.
Not necessarily. It's a random amount.
Gotcha.
And remember that the rest of them also it's spit acid. So.
That's right.
So instead of 2d4, you get 1d4 for each of them. So it'll be 44, and you get 12 more.
All right. So 18 vials of acid. I think Dakota's the official update the loot thingy. Yeah. Yep. And I'll toss those all in the holes. And
they're
since
yeah, with your method. Like, they reek for a bit. You could put some topsoil on it, and they're
Yeah.
pretty much taken care of.
While I'm doing this, I would ask Mara if she doesn't mind casting Identify on my new longsword, just in case there's any nasty surprises.
Oh, sure. I can do that.
Did you toss all the rations, you said?
No, I kept 10.
Okay.
Would you like some for the pup?
What pup? Oh, the owlbear? Yeah, I'll take one.
Okay.
Because, I mean, one ration will probably last him for like 2 or 3 days. He's a baby.
You may want to cook it first. If you could put a couple on a stick over the fire for Tag and the owlbear,
Yeah.
that'd be fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. That should be 11 rations because you got
This
one off.
Tag may be a familiar, but he's also a living,
And
breathing
one.
boy.
There. That should
I
be
would-
updated.
I would hand the dart to Levi to Dal, because he's probably the most proficient with that kind of thing.
Hmm.
In case you ever need to hit something and make it look natural, I suppose.
All right. So,
Really? That's one of Mara's skills as well.
how do we want to organize our watches for the night?
Before you really get that, you've taken a couple hours. Lord
I
Byron.
haven't done my camp setup roll yet either.
Yeah,
Oh.
you're gonna want to do that,
Sorry.
and then Lord Byron doesn't really. He's kind of wordlessly like, just watching you all go about your business, and he takes a little glass bead from his hand or from his pocket and throws it down, and a pretty well thick tent just pops into existence, and it kind of goes in. And it's like, I'll be calling it an evening. Don't worry about feeding me. I have my own food. As he kind of just the smell of the general area is rank.
He does.
Yeah. He's a member of fucking Capsule Corps.
I was just gonna say.
Tag is also going to assist people setting up camp by sniffing out good spots for like a latrine hole and helping find food.
Oh, we've got a bathroom already set up right over here.
Hi. Nick, I'm gonna do something dumb.
Yeah?
I'm gonna come over to the hippogriff or griffin?
Hippogriff.
Hippogriff and kind of cluck at it with my hand extended.
Okay.
Very non-aggressive.
Give me an animal handle check.
If I am offering food because it didn't appear that Lord Byron fed it, could I have advantage on that?
Oh, bitch, that's how you lose a hand.
Nah, I don't. What kind of food are you offering it?
I'm tossing one of the bug rations to it.
Oh, okay. If you're tossing it instead, yeah, you could have advantage on it. If you're trying to hand feed it, I'd be like, no.
Oh, God, no.
That might be disadvantage, bro. I'm sorry. But yeah, go ahead. Add advantage.
I've seen the movie that will not be named. I don't see animal handling on the skill list.
Should be up the top.
Oh, there it is.
A for animal.
16?
Yeah, that's solid. It's very hesitant when you approach, but it's not as much fearful as just like I don't know you. And
I don't know you, that's my purse.
Yeah. You have a feeling that those back legs could really give you a really good ball check.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
I've been kicked by a horse. I get it.
very much gobbles it down and kind of looks expectantly like, hey, you got more of this, friend?
I'll keep tossing because it's a big creature. I imagine it needs to eat quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
So that's one for each of the familiars. I have one that it just ate. I have 7 more.
Yep.
Does it just tell me when to stop?
I mean, you're not sure that it's dog-like, that it'll just keep eating when it eats, but about the third one you throw its way, it kind of pecks at it and stashes it off behind. It separates you from it. Like it's claimed it.
Yeah.
It's behind it now. So,
It's got the wings. Yeah.
yeah.
Is it tethered?
No, doesn't seem to be.
Okay. So it can get to water if it needs it.
Yep.
Okay. I'll just be cooing and clucking at it, like praising what a pretty creature it is.
Pretty
And
bird,
then
pretty bird.
once it looks like a pretty bird, hopefully its head is not duct taped on for a blind child. And thank you for getting the reference. And then I'll take first watch since I'm already up from butchering.
All right, and then Mara, you have advantage on your camp check.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on finding the best spot for the person on watch to sit.
Okay.
Good call.
I'm gonna say that's investigation.
That works for me.
Okay.
22. Yeah. You find that probably somewhere on this log is you good vantage points from down the road, up the road, and also most of the tree line. And offers if you need to duck down, you can just lay prone next to it, and yeah, that'd be great for watch. 22 is 2 successes. Is anybody else helping with anything with camp?
I cannot because I am filling in holes.
Correct.
Can I do anything after I'm done cooking?
I thought your cook check
Well, my
technically
cooking
I
would
thought,
be helping.
huh? It wouldn't have helped. Yeah, in fact, if we use your cook check, it removes a success. So I am just assuming that in general your food prep doesn't go towards helping for camp
No.
on general purpose. So you do have you can make an at disadvantage roll that specifically is helping with camp because you are also currently predisposed with your cook job.
At disadvantage, would that just be survival, or would that be?
It could be what you like. How do you want to help? This is kind of an open form. Like Mara did investigation because she was looking for where good sight lines for somebody watching camp would be.
Yeah, I see.
So it increases the safety factor of it. So you could be creative. You take your first couple batches of stew and use it as a odorous deterrent.
I think we
In
have
which
enough
case-
odor.
You-
Yeah, I think
You
we
could-
do. Yeah.
You could try hiding the wagon and trying to create like a barricade. Like maybe you could use like stealth or disguise for that,
Mhm. Both of those would be viable.
since I think those are like strong points for you.
You
I'm
could
trying to
lie
think
to
if there's a way to use deception or persuasion to do
I was gonna say
anything.
deception. You could lie to everyone and say, "Oh, this is a completely safe place," and put everyone's mind at ease. Like,
You could also perhaps perception where Lord Byron set up his tent, because I have a feeling it was not probably in the most ideal spot, and he's going to get creamed by being that close to the tree line.
My perception isn't great though.
I mean, deception or stealth to stash the wagon would or to set up.
Could I argue deception to stash the wagon?
yeah, if you
To
want to
make
make
it
it
look
look
like-
like something else, sure.
All right. Yeah, I'll try to make it look like just part of the wood line. That's at disadvantage, but I have a +12, so we'll see how this goes. Bloop.
Yeah, 17. Yeah, that's
It's
a
not
success. Yep. So yeah, you realize that where it stands right now, it's pretty easy to pick out, but you have a feeling right here, it's lighter brush, and you can kind of augment it in a way that it fits because it's all easily pushable brush, and then in fact, you start looking at it and you're like, people have hidden carts here before, and there's like branches that are a couple days old,
Kind of.
cut up, and you put it there, and it's like, yeah, no, this is good. Makes it
Gotcha.
also easy to enter for sleeping in general where it's at. Pretty snug and secure. So yeah, you guys got 3 successes so far, so that means you have a satisfactory camp if you want to leave it as is, or if you want to try to do anything else, feel free to.
I'm gonna try to find the best spot to dispose of the byproduct of the cooking process. And I'll leave it at that to determine whether or not it's the byproduct, like the cooked offal, or the actual awful cooking.
Where to either empty your dish or empty your bowels.
If you eat the dish, it'll be a matter of time before both.
This is why bread bowls were made.
Bread bowls are so good. Perception.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sourdough bread bowls, though, dude.
You find, well, in your search for where you can ditch Doll's cooking, you actually find a couple of cool hidey holes, and give me an investigation check real quick.
Oh snap!
Yeah, in
Yeah.
fact, you realize this log has a false top, and you're like, hey, I could stash something in here, and you stash in there a bunch of rather nice ration packs. They look like they're premium style rations for you, for like at least 4 or 5 of them. So, and yeah.
So those are our secret meals after Dow cooks.
Mm-hmm.
What? Come on, my cooking's amazing.
The urge to get a small-sized automaton to just live in the wagon and cook for us while we adventure is very strong.
No.
All right. So we were talking about order of watch. It sounded like Kip was taking first watch.
Yep, Kip and Tag.
Okay.
I think I usually solo watches because I have the best perception,
Mm-hmm.
and well, I did.
Mwahaha.
And Tag, and that way everybody else can pair up.
So I'm gonna take an hour before watches start, I guess, kind of. I need 3 people. No, I need 2 people, or 2. I need 2 creatures, 2 willing creatures. To just kind of sit and channel the spirits with me.
I mean, Kip's already on watch, so as long as he can, it's not going to distract him. He'll help.
Yeah, I don't know. How would you play that? Like, would it be more distracting to me? Because, I mean...
Well, I mean, are you, like, drawing from their essence or their presence, or are they active participants in a seance?
It's a ritual.
I mean, I
So I'd
would.
assume they would participate.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
We can do
Well,
it between eating dinner and
Yeah.
starting watches, though. So
Yeah,
it's
you're
not
not like going straight into.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you have time.
Otherwise, it might be
Okay.
best to do in the morning when some of us have to do spell prep anyway.
I mean,
Just a thought, since Dakota and I have to pray to get our spells prepared in the morning.
Well, so does Mara, so that only leaves 2.
All right, yeah.
You
I'll keep
know what?
match.
It says it can be done during a short or long rest. So yeah, it's not taxing at all.
okay.
Yeah, I'll help then while I keep watch.
Mara would help too as long as she still gets the long rest.
Oh, no, I mean, Tag or Callie or, even the cat could help.
I'm gonna balk a little bit at non-verbal creatures. Nemo can help. Tag, maybe. I'm on the fence on Tag.
As anyone who's ever seen a cat or a dog stare at a blank spot in the wall like there's somebody there for 2 hours at a time,
right?
Yeah.
I could just go into a trance petting a cat, though.
The idea though with the benefits of what you get from this is what makes
I know.
me like I don't know about a dog or a cat.
I know. Hey, that's fine. As long as I have 2 other willing participants, I'm going to be able to cast Revivify. We have a diamond.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, this is a good opportunity. Like, who do you want to include on this? Because I kind of want you to role play it out just a little bit. Because this is
Okay,
some
okay,
creepy ass shit, and just kind of
okay.
like hand waving it
You
is
know
a
what?
disservice for all you
I'll
guys.
give you a hand.
Oh, okay, okay.
You're roboting a little bit, Sean.
Son of a bitch, really? Um, ba ba ba. Am I still roboting?
Nope.
Nope, you got it.
Domo. All right. Yeah. So I'll sit up over here,
Are
and
you doing this during the watch?
I think this
eh,
was like mealtime before watch really
yeah,
starts
Okay.
proper.
like
Yeah.
Twilight, you know.
Okay.
You can all be involved in it is if you wish to. It's not something that's exclusive.
I think I'm gonna watch from a distance.
Okay.
I'm just a little too.
Kip doesn't want to participate, but he will because now they share a faith. So he kind of feels a responsibility.
Right. So how do you set this up, V? Like what like are you making a circle? Are you gathering around this tree log? What are you doing?
Well, okay, so um, I've got I scooped out a bit of the dirt to make myself like just a little depression, a little hole, nothing too big, but I kind of packed the dirt really nice and tight, so it's not just loose dirt. Um, I'm gonna see if I can Viola come over here, Dal? Is she willing to come over and just sit with me for a sec?
Hold on. Give me a sec.
Um, and while
I'm
I'm,
rolling physical dice to see what the cat does because the cat is a cat.
no, that's legit. That's legit.
Okay. Dal makes gestures towards Viola, and Viola actually does.
Okay, so V's gonna pss, and get the cat over. Um, she's gonna take one of her water skins and kind of make a small little gesture at it and just kind of pray, in the name of the matron, you know, I'm trying to bless you, water, bless, and she's gonna pour that water into that little pit she made and stick her feet in, and she's gonna grab the kitty and she's gonna pet the kitty.
You're pulling a Constantine move.
No, what? I've seen how long it take if you. Anyways,
I thought that's what you were doing, but
okay, good. I mean, I had to. We have a cat.
yeah.
So she's just gonna stare at the cat and kind of close her eyes and hum just a nice somber melody. Uh, kind of think if you remember Anastasia, that theme song they had, I don't even remember it, but I like the melody sticks in my head. Just you know. And she opens her eyes, and they are glowing fucking blue, just bright ass blue. And she just starts talking in all these different languages, and all these words just flowing out of her mind. And she's just it's like you got a bunch of tape recorders. You put them all on play, and you all hit fast forward, and all you hear are these words just coming out of nowhere. It's like she's speaking like 5 different voices are coming out of her mouth. And then she just slows down and she settles on one, and she just starts re- she starts telling a story of a young man who went off to war, and he didn't quite want to cause harm to anybody. He had seen too many things be broken, and not enough fixing going on. and he had tried to, for a while, become a blacksmith. He was trying to apprentice to become a blacksmith and repair buildings, build things, make structures that were for people to live in, not tear them down and cause death. That didn't work to his advantage, though, so he started to just kind of train as an alchemist and try to concoct potions to help heal people and keep them alive. And eventually, he went into trying to study some type of medicine. And while he was doing so, he met an untimely end as he was trying to save one of the other soldiers, and he wasn't killed by the other soldier or his friends. He was killed by his own because they thought he was betraying them. He's a traitor. He was, trying to help their enemy win, and he just kind of, V sees him standing there, and he looks down and he holds onto her hand for a second, and with his other hand, he just drops this handful of dust in, and she just kind of gasps, and her eyes go to the normal color, and she just looks around smiling like, hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Well, I'm going to have nightmares now. I don't know about the rest of you.
I enjoyed it.
Was it something I said?
It was multiple things you said, frequently at the same time.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, who's got that diamond?
Dal
Why?
just pulls out the diamond and hands it to you.
What?
Wait, oh, I thought we had it in the. I thought we had it in the.
Uh-uh.
In the bag.
What do you need the diamond for?
Does anybody feel like dying?
It's not that bad.
Not today.
Prefer not to.
Or tomorrow.
Okay,
Never.
well, I was given some instructions on how to help if anybody does die, so I can either hold on to that diamond and use it in case we need to, or I can grab it from you, hopefully in time to save people.
No, that's fine. You just had to. I just wanted
Okay.
to know what you were using it for, and I'll pass the diamond over to Dal to give to V.
I pass it over.
You're gonna see V's face twist in obvious disgust as she grabs that diamond and she just kind of tucks it into her pocket and shakes her head, and she's like, hey, thanks. I didn't mean to come off like that. It's just, really fucking hate diamonds.
Oh,
I always liked them.
they're pretty, but not very valuable.
So after V kind of takes the diamond and has been speaking in other people's words and tongues, you also have a sense that whatever it is that you're doing is being noticed by the surrounding, and you can swear that you hear either chanting or singing within the trees, within the campfire for the rest of the night. Everyone can just faintly hear just the same kind of hum that V started with at the beginning of the seance, as it were.
If I listen close enough, can I hear words?
Yes, this just almost chanting words, singing words.
Okay.
Nothing. It's one of those things where if you're set up to, like, somebody tells you the word you're about to hear, that's what you hear. But if somebody tells you with the exact same sound a different word, you end up hearing the word that they say, type situation.
Okay.
So whatever's on your mind is kind of the words you start to hear. Which,
Gotcha.
like, if your mind's empty, it's just kind of gentle chanting and singing. But if you are thinking about whatever topic and then you start listening in, it's almost based on that topic.
Oh, that's gonna be fucking fun when she
Yeah.
falls asleep.
Yeah,
Okay.
super creepy.
Cool. The person who cries herself to sleep at night. That's gonna be great.
Maybe not anymore, now that you've got a wubby. Not to distract from the creepy shite thing that just happened, but Mara, is the sword clean?
Yeah, I may have forgotten to look at that earlier, but I will right now.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's not cursed or anything. We've been finding an awful lot of cursed artifacts.
All right. Well, is it time to go to bed? Because I'm getting really tired.
I've got first watch. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh.
Wake me up when your watch is over. I'll take second.
All right. Oi, Dal. In case you didn't hear when we were in the magic shop, she didn't give great details on the curse on the earrings, but she did recommend burying them deep and not letting them see the light of day.
Do you think we could just have them destroyed?
I think that would be best, but I wouldn't know how or if that would release the curse in some way. I mean, we could always leave them at a temple, let it be known that they're cursed, and let them deal with it.
I mean, how intricate are the earrings themselves?
I mean, they're pretty fancy as for magic, like for general speaking. Gold with nice gem inlay.
Doesn't hurt to hang on to them for now, but they're not something we're ever going to want to use.
I mean, worst comes to worst, we find a way to pull the enchantments off of them, or just disenchant them in general and sell them mundane object.
Hey, sending stones in general would not be a bad thing to have as a backup.
Well, yes, but just in terms of the way usually a curse binds to the enchantment itself, there'd be no way to get rid of the curse without getting rid of the sending.
You want to sell the earrings?
We could just, if we just got rid of the magic in them altogether, the mundane object could be sold.
Well, I think that would require a wish.
It just would require disjunction. Is that a thing in 5e? Hold on.
As far as I know, the only way to remove a curse is through a wish.
No. It is not a thing in 5e.
There's a spell, remove curse.
Remove curse allows you to...
Only if the curse is has been placed on by the spell curse. Yeah. Or if you've been cursed by a cursed object. It doesn't
it doesn't
spell a cursed object.
Remove curse allows you to unattune from a cursed item, otherwise you can't. It doesn't remove the curse on the item.
I thought there was a way to just end enchantments. But I'll look more into it later.
Yeah, I definitely looked into remove curse because I have access to it.
Yeah. In general, magic items that are imbued with magic at their creation, there's not really it's destruction of the object is usually what it entails breaking it, and even then many magic items are
very hard to destroy.
Indestructible, yeah. But removing the magic from it and still having something sellable is retaining the material object is probably more costly than what you'd sell them for.
Yeah. There used to be a spell called Mordenkainen's Magic Disjunction, but it's also a 7th level spell now that I remember it. So,
which again, if you're casting a 7th level spell, you would have fabricate at your disposal at 5th level, which would
moot the entire point.
Yes.
If we ever find a genie warlock, we could get it done on the cheap.
I prefer not to come across one.
You were identifying a sword, I heard. Was that correct?
Yeah.
Which?
The one that I bought.
Yeah, it's just a. Am I missing something? I thought it was just a +1 sword, or
it might be, but it cost more than a +1 sword cost, and her phrasing was a little off, so I thought there might be something creepy or tricksy about it.
One moment. I had that still up, and that jogged my memory. Thank you.
Paranoid motherfucker doesn't want to use a cursed item.
The genie.
Although it didn't require attunement, so it's probably not cursed.
No. You realize, Amara, that this object, this sword, has a underlaying enchantment on it that's giving. It's not the standard way a weapon is imbued with magic to increase its damage, but rather that there is an enchantment on it that inherently increases its damage. You know that if this sword was thrown, it can be returned to the wielder.
Like a boomerang situation?
Magical. It doesn't return back in sight. Basically, they throw it, and then when they will it to recall, it comes back to their hand immediately.
I'm going to relay that, Kip.
That could be interesting. Thank you.
That's
Cool.
spiffy.
Of course, rule number 1 when I was being taught how to sword fight was to never drop your sword, but I suppose if I'm doing it intentionally... I could see it having its uses.
I
Some
rope to
javelins
it.
with that.
Yeah.
If you trip and drop it, you can pretend like you did it on purpose.
That's true. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, while you can throw it, it's pretty easy to determine. It's you don't even have to speak the command word. It's just you have to will it back to your hand. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Although a command word would be way cooler.
Which it's also way faster than how I could do that normally, because the sword will always return to my hand anyway, but I think that requires some time.
What does?
Because it's my hexblade weapon and my pact to the blade weapon, I can always beckon it back. But that takes time, I believe.
It's not a bonus action, or is it?
I think it's 10 minutes.
Oh, for the. Oh, yeah. To resummon it, yes.
Yeah.
This, on the other hand, has an enchantment that basically lets it instantly come back.
And the lulls that could potentially be had by throwing my patron repeatedly cannot be overlooked.
We're selling it and then summoning it back.
That was the first thing that occurred to me, but we're trying to play a good campaign. I'm trying to play a good campaign.
But yeah. You do have to
way,
establish in your mind, now that you know this property exists and you don't need to attune specifically to it, you do need to establish in your mind what it is that you recalls it.
Yeah. And just so you know, Nick, as soon as it gets dark, I'm gonna give Tag a good head rub and then impart him with 300-foot dark vision for a watch.
Okay.
For part of it.
Yeah. All right.
And last, going to bed.
Good night.
All right, you may give me a perception roll.
Sure.
At advantage.
Is that with tag?
Yeah, because tag's helping you, right?
Could he get his own roll? Because I always have advantage on perception.
Sure.
And with my luck, he will spot something before I do. Perception. Here's tag. Oh, it's just a 14.
Yep, no worries.
And then mine is 25.
All right. As the sun sets and darkness is pretty much enveloped the camp, did you put the fire out, or you left it going?
I think I would probably let it go to embers,
Okay.
just because that lesser, mundane creatures would be scared away by a fire, and that's less I have to deal with.
Yeah. No. Perfect. You don't see anything coming up or down the road. You get a couple hints that there may have been some creatures within the wood line, and sure enough, the fire kept them at bay or kept them walking through. Perhaps some deer or elk or something of the like. But no, for the first couple hours, nothing to be seen, nothing to be heard. That's out of the ordinary, at least. But just
Gotcha.
towards the end of your shift, you hear a distinct branch snap that is not natural and is coming from Lord Byron's tent behind his tent area.
Okay. I'm gonna telepathically have tag swing wide, and I'm gonna head over that way.
Let me see if I do this right.
Oh, my approach is gonna have to go past Hippogriff. That's not good. Am I good to move, or should I hold?
You can move.
Okay. Having tag swing around wide.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold tag there.
Okay.
Hera,
And I'm just...
you'll start to hear. Does he have a signal if he sees something?
We have telepathy.
A low growl, and it's like something in wood. Staring at
Alright.
bird.
Would my watch qualify as any sort of a rest, or a short rest?
You've
or
had
no?
a short, yeah.
Because
You've had a short rest,
Okay.
Given the amount of time.
some sort of bird, he said.
Something in the woods watching bird.
Okay.
No legs.
I'm gonna. No legs. Oh, Nick, I hate you. Oh, no. All right. I'm gonna continue having him swing.
Okay.
I'm gonna, against
Okay.
my better judgment, put the bird at my back.
The bird is sleeping. As you approach, it kind of like doesn't raise its neck up to like look at you, but opens its eyes and careens its head at you. But you giving it food and it feels safe around you, it kind of stays sleeping.
I'm actually gonna make eye contact with it. I don't know how intelligent these animals are. I don't want it to be caught unawares if there's something malicious watching it. I'm trying to think of how to best convey that to an animal to be on guard.
Okay. You can give me an animal handling check again. I'll give it to you at
Yes.
I'll give it to you at advantage. You fed it. It likes you. You passed the first one.
Okay. 20?
Yeah. You make eye contact with it, and then you dart your eyes in the direction that Tag is seeing something. And then you look back, and you dart your eyes again, and it kind of piques its interest into looking that way. And
I don't believe I can see anything in the wood line.
not yet, no. Not from your
Okay.
angle. You're physically blocked. There's still too much foliage from your angle. Tag
I'm
has
allowed-
a free line. Yep.
If I could be permitted to move, I'm going to try to position myself between the tent and the hippogriff.
Okay.
And then have Tag flank the other side of the tent. Oh. I spun
Tag
him.
would lose sight of it, so I don't know if Tag would move that
okay.
far over.
No, he would
Yeah.
definitely stay there.
Okay.
I'm again gonna do something dumb. As an action, I'm gonna inhabit Tag's senses
Okay.
so I can see what he sees.
Gotcha. All right, let me get that for you. So yeah, he sees a... Oh, why is this not? There we go. I will just show it to you.
Gregorian chant's got me vibing so hard right now.
It's so good.
I used to fall asleep to this shit, believe it or not.
Oh, I believe it. All right.
I'm not particularly religious, but just the syncopation is so soothing.
Have you ever listened to the Gregorian chant covers of rock songs?
Yes, I have.
All right, it should be available now for you to see. It wrapped around the branches of a... Oh wait, no, maybe not. I'll bring it out a little bit further.
Okay. I can see its bottom quarter.
Yeah, let's see. And I should be able to do that. He points out as you like take on his senses that the lowest branch in the tree line that's just out of your view, subtly moving slowly. A rather large, like looking at it, it's larger than a damn horse.
Fucking Ka. I'm gonna snap back to my body and tell Tag to wake the others. And I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay.
But now I have a general idea of what directions it's in.
You can give me a nature check real quick,
Sure.
because you have to see it through.
If Tag running will make it strike.
A couple of things the nature check's gonna help determine.
Gotcha. Six.
And then give me a wisdom check for Tag.
Got it. He's actually got a pretty good wisdom.
Yeah.
Sorry, should not have been an advantage.
It's fine. It's still a 19. I ignored 3. First number. So you communicate to Tag, run, go wake the others, and Tag's like, it sees me. I run. I pray. We fight snake. It big, but 2 versus 1.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Nemo doesn't need to sleep, correct?
No, he's a celestial creature. In fact, he really enjoys the moon. He's been chilling out by the fire, just kind of resting, but not sleeping.
So he could have been watching all of this go on too.
It's probably piqued his interest. Like, what are these two doing?
Can I roll like a luck or something if he would know whether or not to wake the people in the caravan?
I don't think he knows that the snake, because they're communicating telepathically. He just knows.
Okay, that's fair.
If
There's something moving.
If it's clear Nemo's awake, I would kind of gesture him over without turning away from the forest.
Yeah, he'd come over.
I'm a deer.
I'm a deer.
Nick, I'm gonna very slowly move over towards Tag because I am not comfortable with how isolated he is right now.
What do you need, friend?
He speaks Celestial and Common, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna murmur loud enough, hopefully for him to hear me, that there is a very large snake watching us right now.
Oh. Do you wish to dispatch the snake or just
I
leave it
prefer
off?
not to wake the others if I don't have to. It would be detrimental to our preparations tomorrow. I think it might be best if we handle this on our own.
You wish to fight or make it flee?
I think flee is best. Nick, is a snake of this size unnatural? Like, is this very obviously an apex predator, or is this not that unnormal or abnormal in our world?
Large snakes like this are not unheard of, and in the areas that you're traveling in, it does. I mean, think of it this way: while the insects you were fighting were, it's abnormal that they would come out in the open and kind of attack en masse the way they do. They themselves are not uncommon, and so they get eaten by things that are inherently have to be somewhat larger. So the snake itself is not out of the ordinary. It's
Gotcha.
the huge size of it is kind of it's belying. It's not like the same because it's not the same size as an Odiug, mind you. Nor does it weigh the same. It's just it takes up space because it's so long and lithe.
Yeah,
So
I'm just thinking the damage a normal anaconda can do. So a very large snake is fine. Also, Wonder is terrified of snakes. So
gotcha.
I'm gonna ask Nemo to wake up Eunice and have her join me by Lord Byron's tent as fast as possible. And I'm
Gale?
not Gale, sorry. And I'm not turning away from the forest. Gonna keep
Gotcha.
moving very slowly towards Tag.
Gail, can you give me a animal handle check for Nemo, which in this case is likely just a wisdom check.
Well, that's not good. Yeah. We find. Yeah, it is just wisdom.
Okay.
Well, I'll give you animal handling because my wisdom is proficient skill.
Okay. So as can you move yourself back just a little bit, Kip? As you're kind of like, good, Gail. Nemo's like, I think if you ask Tag to bark right now, we can take care of this.
So I'll telepathically Tag, go loud.
So Tag kind of looks at you in the physical and then looks back at the snake and then starts growling and barking. And at that time, Nemo charges right towards the tree line where it's at and kind of makes a haunting celestial elk sound.
Just cleaving brush.
Cleaving brush and hitting into the tree, not hitting the snake. And you just catch the glimpse of it as it like basically slithers up the tree, and then you get almost not bounding between trees, but just like as fast as a snake.
Style.
Yeah, it like coiling and launching itself further deeper into the tree line. And
Kip will spend the next, once the sound has subsided, he'll spend the next like 30 seconds praising both of the good boys for how good they are.
Yeah. Smell of death. Nemo kind of looks at you. Smell of death brings hungry beasts.
Hey.
Smell of rot, viewer.
That reminds me. I was considering leaving an offering for the woods, but for the wolves from earlier, but I'm not going to leave anything else out that might draw more attention to the camp. So once don't hear anything coming back, I'm going to toss another ration to the griffin, and I'm going to have Tag position himself here, and I'm going to go back to my log so we can split our focus.
Yeah.
How did the griffin react to all that? Just like totally draft horse calm, or is this still a fighting creature that's like, oh, I'll fuck something up?
It stood like so as Nemo charged by, it stood up and looked, but you're not sure if there was some other communications going on. It seemed just to be on alert, but not like ready for a fight or a chase or anything like that.
Yeah, that's good enough, as long as it wasn't like, like mule stupid.
No.
Kip will risk kind of patting it as he walks by, just like, you're good. You're a good hippogriff.
It's kind of like squawks quietly at you, almost like a grunting squawk as it lays back down.
I'm growing increasingly fond of that mount, and just praying an accident doesn't befall Lord Byron. All right, I'll finish out my watch.
Yeah, and no more like Tog staying there and kind of sniffing around, making sure there's no more sign of any disturbance close by. And your watch
Oh, sorry,
ends?
Lord Brian. My bad.
Brian, yeah.
Yep.
All right, who's next?
I'll go gingerly grab Gale by the tip of the boot and shake it. Oi, up. You and whomever. Just be warned, there was a fucking large snake in the tree line. Nemo and Tag and I, well, mostly Nemo and Tag scared it off, but it may come back. It was drawn to the bodies. I need you to hear me. That thing was bigger than a horse.
No, I don't think I'm a big.
Okay.
And I'll hand the baby owlbear over to Kip and just stumble out of the
I just immediately crash into your bunk.
snuggle the owlbear.
Tag's gonna link up with Gale telepathically for her watch.
Am I misremembering? How is...
That's his racial.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if there was a limit.
He has to spend an hour setting it up.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
I don't think they can inhabit his senses like I can, because they're
right. No. I just wanted to make sure that there were separate things. I was misremembering. So yeah, and I wasn't sure if there was like a how many per short or long rest type situation, and there's not.
It would make sense if there was.
I mean, but you have to spend an hour to. It's not like a quick
Right.
bounce, so it's fine.
What else joining me?
What was that?
I was wondering if anyone else was joining me.
I can join you. I got you.
As Dal leaves, I'm gonna grab him by the ankle.
I can see. I can fight. But I can't see though.
I'll expend a spell slot to toss that to you.
Okay.
I'm also gonna pass my. Oh no, you've got familiars helping you. You don't need my shield. And then crash out.
All right. How do you guys kind of spend your time on watch in general at this point? Do you kind of
Gale?
keep to yourselves, or you have any conversations, or get to know each other a little bit more? Because you two don't inherently have much ties besides the
We can have a little chat.
We can have a little chat. Hi.
We can have a little chat. How's it going, Gail?
Um, it's going all right. Lord Fancy Pants in there is not. I'm not a fan.
No, he. As I kind of like look back and look back at the tent and kind of shake my head. It's the worst example of wealth I've ever seen.
People like him are the reason why I didn't want to join the court. Just he is the type of person who will smile to your face and the minute you leave the room tell everyone every story about you, most of which aren't good.
Exactly. People like him are the reason I didn't end up joining a court.
I spent my fair share of time being trained in diplomatic ways and traveling with my uncles, and there were very few people whose presence I enjoyed.
Well, just seeing the way you cater yourself, you definitely at least picked up on something of court manners. But I do believe that you picked up on the more militant side a little more heavily.
Well, I mean, that is what my family is known for. But my grandfather wanted me to join his court. I suppose I'm technically in line for the barony, but I mean, it has to go through so many other people before me, and they're all elves. So thankfully, I'm never hopefully going to have to deal with that.
Long and dead before it's even a problem, right?
Something like that. Not bitter, though. Definitely not bitter.
Not bitter at all. You know, there's something to be said about a shorter life. You tend to enjoy it more. At least that's what I've observed.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's one thing about the humans I always do kind of envy. They tend to live a little more.
I mean, I do live. I mean, people like me do live longer than humans, but not as long as elves. So we'll see. Time will tell. We could all die tomorrow, and it wouldn't matter what we are. So
It's true. Life would just move on.
So you, what are your opinions on Lord Brian?
Oh, it's just another noble. It's a tale as old as time itself. I hold nothing against the man in terms of his personality. It's only the culture that he's grown up around that's made him like this. It's what he's known and it's how he acts. I'm not surprised.
Fair.
Can one rise above the way they're raised? Sure, but it's unlikely, and if taught nothing else, he will act as nothing else.
But he acts. I think that is one of the things that annoys me about him is, well, yes, I come from a family similar to his. In my family, you have to be of use. Like the Wren family, maybe it's because we were sort of put to head the army ventures. The worst thing you can be in my family is useless. So, I mean, my grandfather studied the way of the sword. Both of my uncles have, at least some type of combat training. The only exception being my father, because he and my mom became pacifists. I can't understand how nobles continue to exist in this state of fostered helplessness, like willing helplessness.
It's the problem is he probably doesn't believe himself useless. It's not that he's willingly being useless. It's just that he doesn't see that he is. And to be fair, to his credit, we don't know what he does outside of this. Right, this is just the first time we met him. We have no idea what his works are. We have no idea what he does for the city, if anything.
He didn't join the combat.
It's-
He didn't help us fight. He didn't do anything
That's
other
why he
than put
hired us.
his griffin in harm's way.
Which, to be fair, is why he hired us.
True, but also putting an innocent creature in harm's way isn't like that is
It's not. I agree. It's not great. It's not something he should have done. I mean, in fact, when the combat first broke out, he probably should have just shot up 300 feet in the air. But I don't think he knows how to handle that thing.
fucking nobles.
And it might be a situation in which we might need to have someone teach him how to ride something like that. Are you aware of how to ride a hippogriff?
In theory, I don't think it's much different from riding any other kind of mount. In practice, I have no fucking clue.
Well,
I can't fly. I can shoot fucking radiant light out of my eyeballs.
that's fair. As much as I'd want to one of us to offer to teach him how to ride it, so at least the thing can stay out of harm's way, I'm not sure how he would take that offer. He might take it as an insult.
Considering the way that he treated us when we first arrived in his office, I feel like any suggestion we make to him would be handled poorly unless we found a way to spin our words to make things seem like they were his idea. Did I just see that?
Nah, that was
Oh, okay.
a mistake on my part.
I can't see anything right now. The screen's still completely black.
Oh, I forgot you were given. Why didn't you say anything? How far is the night vision he gives you? 300.
300.
300.
There you go. Should be better now.
I can see.
I can see.
I can fight.
I need to reduce my heart rate now.
Sorry.
What was it?
Yeah.
I don't want to. I don't want to give a spoiler. It was.
Okay.
It was a figure of some kind that just like appeared in the middle of the clearing where we are. It freaked me out. Dale, I do
Adele.
have a question for you.
What do you need to know?
So I'll sort of look around to make sure like no one other than Nemo's really like listening into our conversation. So who you are and where you came from.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously there are other people like you in the kingdom. Are you legally allowed to be here? Like if other people were to discover.
Yes.
Okay, so it's
the
not
guild...
it's not like a liability.
No.
Okay.
When I first came over before the war, I was processed and became a citizen here. The guild helped me out with the paperwork and everything. On paper, I am completely legally allowed to be here.
Okay.
It's just that since my heritage goes back to Krell, the Gios affected me. and I had to find a way out of it.
Okay. I understand. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't because I mean, if it was a situation where like it was a liability for yourself, then you and I could work together to find a way to like grease some palms to get you like any type of like dispensation that we needed. But since that's not a problem, then that's not something
No,
I have to
I've
worry
been
about.
here for over 400 years. If I wasn't here legally, they probably would have found me by now.
I mean, you'd be surprised how
that's
many
true.
things slip through the cracks of political infrastructure.
This is true, but I do go beyond borders a lot.
Fair.
It's at some point dumb luck happens, right?
That is how most criminals end up getting caught, if I'm not
Correct.
mistaken. Not
A
that you're a
random,
criminal,
a
but
random routine check of cargo and goods, and if turns out they were some mass murdering criminal, and they just so happened to find one of their trophies in a
it's because they
stack
failed to pay taxes. We all know that's how most assassins get caught.
of felony tax evasion. No, quite legal, I assure you. Just a little different than I'd like to be.
That's fair. Me too. I mean, I think we're all a little different than we'd like to be.
The only thing that worries me is if I figured out. Well, I didn't particularly figure it out. The contractor who did this to me figured it out. If I know about it, who else does? It seems quite the loophole to just overlook. And if someone can figure out how to change their nature like this and slip beyond the borders, who's to say that isn't what Krell's doing right now, is figuring out how to do it on a more large scale.
I mean, there's a good chance they are. We should have asked some of them. We should have. There was one decent Krell denizen at the hunt who is at least not a complete asshole. And I should have tried to talk to him. And I don't know if I would have been able to have a removed conversation with the individual, so I didn't bother, but oh well.
No.
Oh, by the way, there's a giant snake out here. I was supposed to tell you.
Oh, well, that's lovely. How giant are we talking?
Pretty big. Like really pretty big. Apparently Tag and Nemo scared him off, but
Hopefully that sticks. Most predators don't generally try to push their luck if they risk injury. They don't want to put more energy into a hunt than they would get out of it. Mending wounds is a lot of energy.
Honestly, it probably just saw the giant bird
Probably.
over that way and didn't realize that there was more.
Dell is going to reach in, pull out his journal, and start taking some notes down. I haven't updated this in a second. My memory gets a little foggy from time to time, so I like to try to keep my thoughts down.
It's useful.
Yes. But that prophecy still eats at the back of my mind.
I wish I could say that that's a first for me, but it's not, and I try not to pay too much attention to the words of prophecies or give prophets too much credit.
Well, here's the thing about that prophecy. It was signed.
Fair.
By Mara and V.
What the hell? Yeah. But neither of them remember
do.
writing anything in there, and neither of them's a chronomancer, so
It's true.
Move.
But that's been in this journal for hundreds of years. Longer than either of them has been alive.
which is why I'm
So-
saying, like, that makes no sense. Neither of them.
Neither of them existed at that point. How would their names be there?
I don't know. Unless somebody's playing a trick.
There would have to be an impressive amount of magic and mental manipulation for that to have worked.
Yeah,
I
because
mean-
demons never do any of those things.
It's true.
Mara? Is Mara actually moving around?
Yeah, she is.
Okay.
Mara? Are you okay?
No, I'm busy.
What?
No, I'm busy.
I'm
Um,
gonna sort of like give Mara some space, but I'm definitely going to like keep Mara like in eyesight to make sure she doesn't dip
get
into the
her-
woods.
No, she is full on freaking out.
Mara,
Over
what's
there.
wrong?
There was a lady and a snake, and they stabbed me, and
Lady. I mean, there was already a snake here.
what? Where?
Kip said that during his watch, there was a snake that came towards the camp, and Tag and Nemo scared it off. It was a big snake.
I'm gonna go ahead and do a perception check.
I don't see how that possibly could have been just a snake.
Do you think it was like a familiar?
No.
Well,
No.
that wasn't an advantage, but or disadvantage in that case, but so I don't see shit.
I'm gonna.
No, there weren't. That was no regular snake. It was someone.
Shit. I'm gonna use Divine Sense. Nick,
Okay. Ping divine sense.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
find it. I don't know why it's not up here. And why won't you let me ping the skill? I'm looking for it and I cannot find it.
It should be on your feats page on the main page. My feats.
Yeah, it's not though.
Are you sure the snake is gone?
I mean, you'd have to ask Kip.
Nemo's here. He was involved in it.
Yeah, Nemo, what happened to this? I heard that there was a snake. Thank you, Johnny.
That's weird. Why it's not on your
Yeah,
sheet? Is there a filter going on right now? Oh, yeah. It was.
there it is.
It got hidden because there was a filter on. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a new feature. So it is.
Presence of strong evil. Locate any celestial fiend or undead
Yeah.
within 60 feet of you
So
that's not
other than
behind total
Kip
cover.
and Nemo, within 60 feet, it's just Kip and Nemo.
Okay.
Celestial and undead.
Yeah, I'm gonna like not go like too far into the tree line, but kind of trace the path that Mara was making.
Okay.
Be careful.
I'll yell if anything happens. But nothing. Like I'll basically make like the full circuit.
Yes to your answer, Kip, but that isn't a fiend. Things from the Shadowfell are not inherently fiends.
Usually aberrations, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and aberrations don't ping my.
Nope. Yeah, you walk along, you at first think, oh, maybe, you starting to get the whiff of, like, evilness, but you're like, nah, that's the decomposing insect holes. I mean, it's subtle, but other than the initial perimeter check, no, nothing pings.
Mara, could it maybe be something on another plane that's just overlapping with us? Like could it be something, on the astral side of things?
Can you describe the lady that you said stabbed you?
She didn't stab me.
Nope. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
She's half snake, half woman.
Can I roll a nature to know or something to know what that is? Dakota knows what it is, but I don't want to be that person.
You can. You can roll a religion.
Religion? Okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys have had this conversation before, right? With Mara.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and she described it, and I was trying not to, and I might have actually.
The galvanized one, I was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And I thought I had shared an image with you when you looked it up. But yeah, that's a serpentine lady with a bunch of arms. Is the demon form of the galvanized one, Galvana. And then Mara, did you see my my whispers?
No.
Can you see them now, or?
Oh, they're not in order.
I know, and I was trying to make that fixed, and I goofed it up. I think what I'll do is I'll put numbers in the front, so that way it's easier to check.
Tell me which number it is, or which the
it's
name
the
of
top. It should be the topmost one. I think I also, I named it for you. I'm so sorry. We could say you were starting to have that dream because just from memory of the dream, but it definitely wasn't the one you were having.
Is this the headaches one?
Yes.
I swear that one was not there before.
It probably took a second for it to save and show up. So sorry.
That's funny. I don't remember that dream at all.
Oh, you don't remember that one?
No. I looked at them and I'm like, I don't remember this one, but I do the other ones. It must be this one.
Yeah, you had the one with the snake lady stabbing you multiple times.
I mean, yes, that's happened multiple times. Yes.
Yes.
Mara, is there something I walked around the perimeter and looked for anything fiendish and didn't pick up on anything. Is there anything I can do to make you feel more at ease? Would you like to sit and have a cup of tea with me? Would you like baby to come and sit with you for a while? Like I mean, I personally find baby very soothing. I don't cry as much when when he's around. I'm sure he'd be willing to sit with you for a while.
They're coming for us.
Well, Mara, a lot of things are probably coming for us, but that's because we're adventurers.
No, they're building their armies and they're coming for us. There's 5 of us and all of them.
Well, I guess that just means we have to do more work and get better and, start amassing resources, make some friends. If they amass an army, then we amass one too. I mean that is how you do it, right? Like I left the army.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
If they're going to form an army, then we just form one right back at them. This goes beyond just us. This isn't just our interest. If the galvanized one's going to return, it's in the interest of everybody that help is given to those who are going to fight her.
Yeah. I mean, we just form an army. We form a better army, and our army will be better looking. So, it'll be fine.
Out of character, I have to stop myself from saying, yeah, it'll have blackjack and hookers.
Dude, I've had to stop myself so many times.
Well, as simple as just making an army is, the first thing we're going to have to do is make connections. And as much as this is a painful experience for all of us, that's what we're doing right now.
I mean, it doesn't all have to be painful though. We've made some good connections so far, and I feel like we have a good start in the city. We've made some allies in the city. We've recruited more people to the Adventurers Guild. And honestly, if we're gonna fucking form an army to fight a demon, getting in good with some other adventuring parties is to our benefit. Getting in good with some reliable, useful nobles is going to be to our benefit. Getting in good with the city watch is going to be to our benefit. Getting in good with merchants, we can do this, Mara. Like I'm not going down without a fight. And if I fucking die, like the stupid prophecy says that I'm going to die, then I'm going to fucking take out as many of those evil assholes as I can with me.
We're not going down without a fight, that's for sure. We'll fight, we'll scratch, and we'll claw until the point that we can do none of those things any longer. But for now, rest and to face the things that come is probably our priority. Get stronger, make sure we're ready to face the fight when it comes.
They're watching. They know what we're doing.
I'm sure they do, if that closet is any real indicator of what's going on. We know we're being watched. That closet has unleashed many a headache at us.
Headaches. You don't have headaches when you're dead.
A bonus, I suppose.
I wouldn't be surprised if they or someone or multiple people are scrying on us. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But I'm paranoid. I usually assume somebody's scrying on us.
It's not paranoia.
I guess if it's not paranoia, if you're right. So yeah.
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean you're wrong.
I'll take over.
All right. I'll go I'll go get V. Nemo will stay out here with you since he doesn't need to sleep. Maybe he can at least be some comfort to you.
And Dal is going to do his best to make a normal pot of tea.
I'll wake V up. Tell V about the snake
Oh, hell yeah.
from the first watch, and then I'll take baby from Kip and I'll curl up in a ball, snuggling baby very
feel like-
tightly.
I feel like the dice roller is as much in on this meme as I am.
Oh, buddy.
I don't even want to know what you're burning.
Making tea.
You just
Yeah.
look and the kettle's on fire and Dal is just kind of like blinking at it. Just you had the leaves, then the water, right?
Here.
And as he's just like watching this like burning pot, he just kind of throws the water in, shakes his head, and just kind of puts the lid back on and goes, maybe tea for another time. I'll go ahead and take my rest.
Only 2 ingredients.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Silly that.
Okay.
Oh no, the world
Sorry.
shifted.
I moved
That was
the
weird.
world. I'm trying to
Did
move
anyone else
things.
just get really nauseous for a second?
The earth literally lurches forward.
I was ripped off of this plane into a white, barren wasteland.
Welcome to the afterlife. Rocks fell.
No!
All right.
Hi, Mara.
Yeah. So the second night, the second watch, kind of goes off without much, hubbub. No snakes come out. V. You still hear the ethereal, like the kind of the chanting, the soft in the background. No snakes on this plane. Mm-mm. Well, I guess there are snakes on this plane, just not in your general vicinity. But the material plane has plenty of snakes. Not all the snakes, but many of them. But if you guys want to give me a perception roll, or if you want to chit-chat a little bit between the two of you, you're free to do so.
I think V's just gonna kind of sit there and be like, "Hi, Mara."
He wants to talk about how people are watching. I'm all over it.
I was, I guess, gonna ask if you knew anything about the fact that you and I wrote a book. But I mean, you know,
Say that again? What?
that you and I we wrote a book or something. I don't know. We wrote some prophecy, and I don't remember it. But I mean, didn't know if maybe you divined anything at some point in time. But it's fine. It's all good. Well, that's not good.
I didn't roll with advantage either. Oh well.
Tag is giving you advantage, V.
Okay. Okay. Well, then there's that. Man, that's
All right. Nothing terrestrial seems to be really being disturbed, but you definitely, maybe an owl or some other type of predatorily minded avian flying creature was darting about a couple times. Not
Mara
really.
will jump at everything.
Duly noted. But yeah, I think that's kind of the vibe, is that like anything's causing Mara to jump, which is drawing your attention, but nothing actually materializes or comes from it.
Gotcha.
But yeah, your night is mostly spent checking in on whatever Mara stares at or jumps at and realizing it is of no threat, and then going back and repeating that for the next 3 hours. And just before the sun starts to rise, the chanting also comes to an end. Let's see if I do this even right. Because there's a way to fade it out instead of hard cutting it. I don't know if that works. Doesn't seem like it works. All right. It's morning, all. Pretty slight event, but mostly uneventful rest.
Ah, sorry. Wrong button.
Lord Byron will exit his tent just as the morning dew is kind of collecting on leaves.
Damn, Caleb.
Yeah. And you'll see he goes to tend to his hippogriff and throws it what appears to be a rather large chunk of salted venison. And is already kind of put together, and looks over at the tent, looks at you all, and then says a recall word under his breath as the tent goes back into the bead, and he picks it up. Well then, have you already eaten, or how did you? There was a. Were you messing around my tent? I was tranced, but it seemed as you were hunting. Is that what were you doing?
There was a big snake that thought your bird looked tasty, so
Mm.
we had to have the dog and the deer scared away.
Oh, good show. Glad you were along then. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It was watching.
Ooh, the snake.
Yes.
Yes, they have eyes. Though I thought they're. I'm trying to recall. They're not great at vision. Don't they use like some other senses to detect prey? Well then, do you need anything, or can we move along? Have you?
We should be good.
Oh.
Go ahead and grab my horse.
Yeah, you'll note that he is pretty much crack of dawn, unless you guys that need to prepare spells or anything do that right away as you wake up. There's really been no time. You're getting the vibe that you were camping with an elf who has probably spent the last couple of hours doing whatever it is pre-dawn, because he doesn't need nearly as much time to sleep because he doesn't sleep. So you might be feeling slightly rushed if you need to do prayers or or
I
set your
do
spell
need
bucks
to
and stuff.
pray, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the vibe he's kind of giving. He's like, so we're good to go now, yeah. And I mean, you can go, but you would be foregoing a critical component of wrapping up a long
Yeah.
rest. So
No, yeah, I'm gonna tell him that he needs to slow his roll because we need some time to prepare ourselves so that we can protect him and be
Oh.
useful.
And what steps are those?
Well, I need to go pray to the Archheart. I'm pretty sure that one over there needs to go do some prayers. And I'm pretty sure that one over there needs to go study her books for some time.
Oh. Well,
When you point him out, Kip's already praying.
well
Well-
then, how long do you need?
About an hour.
Oh.
Okay, bye.
He's
Just
kind of
kidding.
like, Were you burning incense or something? I thought you already were praying. I could have sworn I heard you all, like, humming all night.
It wasn't us. Something tells me the local spirits were invigorated last night.
Odd. So,
Well,
game plan. We should be able to make it before dark. Are we going swords swinging, arrows flying into town, or what's your take on how this all goes down?
well, we have a couple of options, depending your taste. We could just go in, bows a-blazing, and see what happens after the dust settles. We can try to negotiate. Well, negotiate in the terms of talk to them and let them know what will happen if they don't return your family.
Okay.
If we lead with an attack, the first thing they'll do is kill your brother.
Exactly. If you would be keen to it, I can see about me and another party member trying to weasel our way in and free him before the violence starts.
Oh, interesting. You mean like under the cover of night, stealthily, or do you use magics to conceal your presence?
I am under the cloak of night, yes, but I have methods of getting around camps undetected. I've spent no small amount of money making sure that can happen.
Well,
There is an additional option.
and that is?
In the circles of your brother's captors, I may have a reputation.
Oh, go on.
So I could present myself as someone seeking to obtain his bounty, unrelated to your brother's issue. While they were focused on me, and that, executing the prisoner would not be first and foremost on their mind.
Interesting.
And in fact, if my reputation is quite strong, which it's hard to say, I haven't been in this area very long. I don't know how far my name has traveled. They may be willing to negotiate by offering me said prisoner in return for letting them go. That is very likely not going to happen. But It could. It depends on how terrified of me they are. But more than likely, they may not have heard of me.
That seems like a solid idea. I would.
Well, if while this distraction's happening, I can also see about seeing how far in I can't get. I can add Lord Byron here to the link, and should anything go awry, we can start things off immediately.
Just have Mara take off the ring first.
Yeah, that's probably a good point.
We are all of one accord that I'm not paying these ruffians to get my brother back. We get my brother back through whatever duplicitous or combative means necessary if we can, but we send a message. Yes? That's clear?
Correct.
Okay.
We understand that you're not here to spend money to get him back. You're here to show force and make sure that this kind of thing is discouraged.
Mm-hmm.
Am I correct in assuming that this message is not intended for your brother's captors, but for all future attempts?
Correct. A lasting, as you put it, reputation needs to be established. I mean, truth be told, if I only have the one brother and that is the only familial linkages I have, and that becomes nullified, I would think that they would have no future prospects, but I would prefer not to go that route.
Generous of you.
Well, as I said, they may or may not have heard of me. I do have a reputation, but it's in certain circles only. Typically, the scummiest of the scum or the richest of the nobles have heard of me, and that's only due to the company that I keep as a bounty hunter. And as far as I know, no bards have been singing my tales, and I have been somewhat lax in bringing in bounties the last month. Although we have killed 2 Davrans, so you never know. Word may have traveled.
Oh my. That's an accomplishment. Is that not the duplicitous gang leader that's been recruiting from within Uthrian recently?
Aye, unfortunately, there's more than one.
Oh.
A clever, quite clever disguise. There's more than likely dozens that adopt the persona.
Good to know. It's a shame that that's not common knowledge amongst those that are supposed to be in the know of protecting places.
Well, I've advised the Uthrian constabulary. I imagine it's their business to disseminate that through the populace.
Ah. Well then.
At this point, I think 3 Davrans have been killed, confirmed.
All by your hand, I take it?
No, only 2. The first was unrelated adventuring party.
Ah. Well, maybe you got one of the 3 were real. Maybe that's...
That's my hope. All right, so I'm done with my supplications. We've filled in the holes. Luckily, the wolves didn't come about last night, although that wouldn't have been that large an issue. Lord Byron, if I could pester you with a inane question.
Hmm?
You mentioned after the fight yesterday that your hippogriff its value had been severely damaged. Is that still the case?
Well, I mean, it was kind of a tongue-in-cheek comment, but I suppose if I were to try to trade it in, it would not be uh fair to say it is unblemished, but I mean, anytime you take a hippogriff for a ride, it loses value.
Should you decide to upgrade, as it were, I'd appreciate it if you'd contact me. I might be interested in the beast.
Oh, well, I mean, they are rather rare, but I'm sure if you kill enough bad guys, you could afford it.
Why? I don't imagine we'll have many quests like the Odiug paying out, 17,000 gold again, but
Oh,
I'm ready to
slow
go
and
now.
steady.
all right. Yeah, you kind of spend the hour or so, a little bit more than that, chit-chatting with him. He oozes I'm paying attention because I don't want you mad at me vibe. Like he's a he's self-aware enough to know that like he can be a dipshit, but also why needlessly put himself in danger. So,
I'll just kind of mutter placatingly at him in Elven
mhm.
that our job is to get him there and back safe. So he didn't trouble himself with any airs that discomfort him.
Hmm. Give me a persuasion check.
Sure. Turn off advantage. Turn off advantage. Turn off disadvantage. Jesus. 22.
As you're kind of placating him, he brings you in closer and he's like, "Now, if we have a chance, I am told that this gang also has a rather unique and interesting um interesting lot of goods that I wouldn't mind if we relieve them of should the opportunity arise."
Understood. Anything in particular?
I think if you can find, it's a very interesting tuning fork. I think that would be worth an investigative eye should things pan out that way.
We'll keep an eye out for just such an item then. Levi, is the link up yet?
No, because it only lasts for so long, and I didn't want to start at the beginning of the day and then us get there at night and
I gotcha.
So I was going to start it probably about a little bit in the afternoon to make sure we still have it for the evening when we get there.
All right. I'll help Dal hitch up the horse and I'll convey that to him. In hushed tones.
That we're looking for a tuning
the-
fork.
The plot thickens.
Tuning fork. Is there? Can I do like a knowledge arcana check to see if that's?
Yeah, so he described it a little bit more. It's kind of like a brass rod with gems around the shaft, but also rotating set of letters and runes.
Oi, Mara, can you help us with the horse? He tends to like your touch, and I'm gonna attempt to loop Mara in on the brain trust.
I'll go. You know what? I'll go ahead and just Mara, that ring of yours.
I'm
can
gonna
I see it?
walk. I'm gonna walk over and start talking courtly bullshit with Lord Brian, just in case he's trying to make perception checks
Okay.
on them talking to like give them cover to like engage him in a conversation.
Gotcha. So
Mara,
some more
your
name.
ring. Can I see it for a second?
Sure.
As soon as you pull off the ring, I'm going to go ahead and make a mind link with Mara, Kip, and Gale.
I'm just gonna start asking him questions about like his
It'll last an
family.
hour.
And Mara, if you wanted to make an Arcana check, I will give you the help action. Because I only have a +6.
Do courtly bullshit. Do.
Oh,
Okay.
Cal's gonna know nothing about it.
I'll share what it kind of looks like descriptive wise to you guys.
Ooh.
The fancy.
Looks like
It's-
dwarven runes.
Mara, you know that tuning rods in general are great for extraplanar travel, and you usually the issue is you have to have one that is tuned to your destination, and if you've never been there, it's a little difficult to get something from there attuned properly. And what he's describing, or what's been redescribed to you, sounds like something that maybe is a variable to attunement tuning rod that has the ability potentially with the correct sequence to facilitate easier extraplanar travel. If you had to make a guess. And usually
So
your
is it-
guesses are pretty good.
Basically, is it like a plane shift GPS?
Almost, yeah, kind of like a multivariable tuning rod.
That's awesome.
In
Try
the
doing
mind
it
link.
without one.
I'm not really sure how I feel about that.
Wouldn't it be a shame if we can't find it, wouldn't it?
It'd be a damn shame if we couldn't find it.
Something to keep an eye out for. Also, good to be aware of in case our quarry tries to escape using it.
Correct.
I can't counter magic yet, but I'll be able to soon.
If
Yeah.
only I was wearing something with a multitude of pockets.
Hey,
Oh, wait. I
Oh.
do have lots of pockets.
soon is a relative term. Within my lifetime, I'll have the capability to counterspell.
Oh, I can do that. Even without the ring.
Fair enough. All right, let's get on the road. Hopefully, there'll be no more buggos following us.
I didn't care for those.
All right. So, anyways, onto the road. Let's go.
On the road again.
Now, question for you. Are you trying to go directly to the meeting spot that you were instructed to go to, which is slightly past the town, or are you stopping in town first?
I think in town would be best. I'll voice that to the party.
I'm fine with whatever you all think. This isn't my forte.
I mean, ideally, we won't even stop in town. We'll stop somewhere shy of it because he'll likely have eyes and ears there, which can be to our benefit or our detriment, depending on how we want to approach the situation.
I mean, if Lord Brian here was supposed to arrive alone, then wouldn't it be better for us to arrive at separate times instead of together? Because while you could make the argument that it's just coincidence, if there are people watching the roads and watching the town, it could go very poorly if we all arrived at once.
This is true.
I could put a spell of invisibility on 2 to go with Brian, and the rest of us could follow.
Hmm. Again, I have the idea of, while you guys are handling whatever talking points are happening, I'm going to see if I can't break into the camp and free our imprisoned friend, or camp meeting spot, wherever it is. Maybe we take a different route, and I actually having two people invisible with him might be to our advantage. Having some people take a different route, come in, we'll try to rescue the prisoner first. If things go sideways in that regard, we make it a priority to defend the prisoner. Whoever's cloaked with Byron can then defend him, and he's not left unattended. If that makes sense.
If that's the case and we're going to use invisibility, do you want me to just go with him since stealth won't matter?
Probably for the best. But you probably won't be able to take Nemo.
That's fine. I can walk. I have legs. Someone else can ride Nemo. Also, as long as Nemo and I are within a certain range of each other, if shit goes south with you guys, Nemo can telepathically communicate with me.
Mara,
If-
would you be able to make me invisible as well when the time comes, or would that be too much on your
I can only use the spell once. If I used it again, the first individuals would be visible.
correct, because you have to maintain your concentration on the first.
Yes.
Well, looks like I get to use a tattoo today.
I was
Alright.
thinking the same thing. It's just an inkling thought. I can't think of how to put it into a cogent strategy, but I've got a masquerade tattoo. If we were to make it look like Lord Byron met with his brother in the inn and left, I mean, it'd be as simple as them verifying that the prisoner is still there, but it could be enough to misinform them. Or they might just kill him thinking that they have a doppelganger.
Or they might just kill him thinking they have a doppelganger.
But it is an option. I can temporarily make myself appear like someone else.
You and
Well-
I could maybe take out some sentries and pose as them for a hot second?
It's a possibility, but my getting there would be severely hampered by the fact that I sound like a shelf full of pots and pans rolling down the stairs.
Well, I did just happen to purchase some robes that might be helpful, as Dalion speaks a word and his armor shifts into some nice clothing, and then he says it again and it shifts into like a bandit outfit, and he says it again and it shifts back into its normal form.
Wait, aye, that would help you, but regardless of what my clothing looks like, it'll still be heavy and loud.
I can get in and try to get him out. If anything goes awry, we'll be over the mental link, and I'll say the word and we can go loud.
If worse comes to worse, I should be somewhere on the periphery because out of all of us, I have the capability to get in and get out fast with Thunderstep.
Should we perhaps be
On the
including
road.
our employer in this conversation?
Let's get on
This
the
is-
road while we
This
discuss
is out
the finer
loud, by
points.
the way. This isn't.
Okay,
This
I
isn't
just wanna
mental
make
link.
Oh, it was out
Oh,
loud? I
yeah.
thought it was in the link.
No, because Mara and V wouldn't be aren't in the mental link.
Ah.
No, Mara is. V
I was-
and
yeah.
V isn't.
Let's get on the road while we discuss the finer points. We still have a long enough ride ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
And it may be that we're waylaid on the way and we'll need to take a rest, so sooner is better.
Correct. On the road again.
Yeah, so you guys can get going. Lord Byron seems pretty adamant, like, hey, if we want to get there before it's too dark, he he asks you again, like, should we be going into town or should we just go directly to their designated rendezvous spot?
The question comes down to what is the benefit of going to the town?
I
Is
don't
there
know where
information we
this
could?
place is. He kind of
Yes.
chuckles, like, it says meet within the Red Canyon walls. I don't know where
If
that.
subterfuge is our goal, then stopping in the town would be the best course of action because he undoubtedly has eyes and ears there that will convey information to him, which means that knowing that, we can attempt to manipulate the information that is sent to him.
Yep.
If stealth is our goal, then directly to the meeting spot, preferably before he would be posted up.
Kip, here's an idea. If we go and we try to locate some of his eyes and ears in the town, if we can manage to get a hold of some of them, would it not be to our benefit that we could pose as them?
Yes, it would, but people like him, they'll have call and response code phrases,
That's
methods
fair.
of communication. We would have to do a lengthy interrogation.
And also we're calling it a town, and I've used this too. I should say small village. Like you guys,
Hamlet.
yeah, it's under 200 people, so
I would agree that if we had time, that would be the best course of action. But we both know, first of all, how effective interrogations are, and second of all, how long they take.
Correct.
It may be that a direct course of action is the best, but it's countered by the fact that that's probably what they're expecting. And if this man is anywhere near as good as I've heard he is, he likely has eyes and ears in adventurer guilds and knows that there's a contract posted by Lord Byron.
So he's probably
got
expecting
cards.
something.
I think that would be a very wise idea, Mara.
It'll have to wait till we are close.
Aye.
If we're going with the idea of stealth, then directly to there is our best bet.
I think a circuitous route looping around the meeting point might be our best bet. If it's a canyon, then we have a 50-50 chance. They're either based out of one side or the other, hopefully not the side we approach from, and then we may have a chance to set up, so to speak. It'll also make it harder for them to chase us. But I think, as loath as I am to admit it, because it's one of my gaping weak points, stealth is our best option.
Well, good thing you've brought an expert.
And I think you and Gale is ideal because Gale will be able to act on the preservation of life while you do your thing.
True. However, Gale's going to be a little loud for my taste. She's also a little hard to disguise.
I thought the plan was Mara made you both invisible.
Well, the idea was to make the people that were going to be with Lord Byron. Lord Byron, were you told to come alone or with sparse company?
The note just said to come.
I think if he were to come alone, given his station, that would raise more eyebrows than not.
Yeah, it didn't.
Right.
It didn't stipulate just come with the money.
I mean, I can look like a bodyguard.
You do look like a bodyguard.
Just wear a cloak.
I do wear a cloak. I have a cloak.
One that doesn't look like it belongs to a noble.
Trade me?
Words hurt, Gale.
Didn't mean it that way.
Yeah, he'll toss you his cloak.
The truth hurts. Get a new one.
I'll take mine off and
His is trimmed with wolf fur.
I mean, Gale's is just
Probably has quite a few arrow holes that were stitched back together.
Gale's is just like embroidered wool. So
I can't wear this.
why?
Put it on, put
Oh,
it on, put it on, put it on, put it on.
Why?
Put it on, put it on,
I'll
put it on.
cook to death within 10 minutes.
It's winter.
It's wool. It's to keep the wet out.
Kipple pointed at himself. I'm dead.
Well,
Okay,
half
fine.
dead.
Hi, Dad. I'm V.
He'll put on the cloak.
Cloak was a gift, you asshole.
You've seen what I wear. I can't afford wool.
Yes, you can.
Well, I can now.
It's not even like, just so you know, like it's not a particularly like nobly looking cloak. Like it's a nice cloak, but it's not like
Oh, I'm 100% aware. So is Kip.
Okay.
He is giving you as much shit as he possibly can.
Okay.
Kip's also going to don the hound mask. Or I should say the chain devil down hound mask.
Okay.
Because appearances are important. And let's get on the road. Let's go.
Yeah.
Would
Daylight's burning.
would it be best if you deposit me in town and I hear what I can hear?
I'll go with you. If we just stop on the outside of town and see what we can't garner from being there, we'll have everybody else sit in the
When
tree
is
line.
when is the required meeting time? Are we early? I know we set out a day early.
Well, if we get to town today, we would have all of tomorrow before we would need to be at this canyon location.
I think stopping at town is a good idea. I think we should even go so far as to get a room at whatever inn is available, and I think under all circumstances we should not stay there.
Okay.
And see what we see. By who creeps around, we can learn quite a bit about the capabilities of what we're facing. If nothing happens, good. You know, if a team of assassins shows up and slashes up our pillows, then we know that we're in for a fight.
What do you know about this canyon?
Me, almost nothing. I wasn't even
What do we know about
really aware that there was canyons within the the area, so to speak. I thought it was all forest.
If I
Could
pull
be
out a
in-
map, is there like
Nature check.
yeah, can I do a
You can do a
Well,
nature check. Yeah.
you're a cartographer.
I am a cartographer.
A canyon could also be referring to high walls, like an alleyway. The painted or the red canyon, the painted canyon.
Is there like do you want history? Do you want nature?
I thought I was. I don't know if I was muted, but yeah, I was saying nature check.
Or cartographer's tools?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And now.
Yeah, nature check for sure. And actually, you get an advantage because of your cartographer tools and having a map.
I'm sorry, I'm. Oh,
There you go.
never mind.
Nat 20.
Yeah. Not even a short afternoon's walk from the town. There is a mountainous region. When I say mountainous, it's
Hilly.
mountainous for maybe elves that are used to foresty, but like a hilly area that then leads into a canyon.
That
Okay.
we're
For
going
sure.
to Kentucky.
So like Iowa
Yes.
Hilly
Yes.
or Iowa Mountains.
Yeah.
Do I know like if there's any like big threats or like
With a net
anything of
20,
importance about that?
the canyon feeds into a cavern, network
Okay.
there that is pretty well known for just being a place of not very sustainable safety, because it is a great access point to the Underdark.
Okay.
So
What
a great
color is the
place.
canyon? Do you know?
What color?
Yeah.
I assume it's like the natural
Well, it's
geographic
called the
color,
Red Canyon.
or is it like red rocks or?
Yeah, I mean, the name kind of gives it away, but like if it's not forest, you would wager that it's probably clay deposit,
Okay.
and that's why there's no trees growing there. Thus,
I share
the
all of this
ability for the
information.
canyon to exist.
If
Yeah.
I were a bandit wanting to be left the fuck alone, then an entrance to the Underdark would be a pretty good place to set up my base camp.
Right?
What
Alright.
is 5 against a horde of Goliaths? Why would we fear you and your lot? I don't think this is going to go well.
What? Mara, what are you talking about?
My dream.
Is this about the situation at hand or the nebulous future?
In a red canyon.
Did you see something about a Red Canyon?
Yeah. Yeah. What is 5 against a horde of Goliaths?
Giant Goliaths are giants, right? Like,
A
Uh,
giant kin. They're
adjacent.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like a giant fucked something else. Yeah.
correct.
That's a crass way of putting it, but
It's
It's true.
it's like what Gale is, but with giants.
I'm
Lord
not
Byron.
what? I'm not a I'm not a I don't want to say the phrase half breed, but you know what I mean.
No, neither are
Yes. Some of us
Goliaths.
might take offense to that phrase.
Yes,
It's
and that's why I didn't want to use it. Both of my parents are elves.
correct. All your current state of being is you have a celestial somewhere deep within your ancestry. You're just
Nope.
the one that usually picks the trait, as far as I remember Asimar's being.
I'm
The
It's the
antithesis
whole
of a
like
tiefling.
being a blessed I child of
Your
prophecy nonsense.
Oh, so your particular variation is more of a blessing, quote unquote, than it is a lineage.
Yes. Which is the whole like why I'm the chosen of the R chart is because so my mother is sort of like Mara in a way. Um she gets all of her prophecies via dreams, and the R chart appeared to her in a dream and basically told her that if she and my father left the courts of the kingdom to go down to God, I'm blanking on the name of the theocracy, the kingdom to the south.
Ishalor.
Thank you. Basically, that if her and my father left the courts and forsook all military, habits and moved to Ishalor, that they would be blessed by the Archart with a child.
So you're immaculate.
Oh no, my parents fucked.
And there we are.
Why did? Oh my lord! Well, someone trained in the courts here.
Lord Byron,
Anywho,
He's kind of disassociated, like speaking with you too much, but yes.
an important question that needs to be asked. What is more important to you, the safe retrieval of your brother or the cessation of the current issue at hand one way or another?
I would think that, given our conversation, you're aware of.
I recall our conversation. I'm asking you again as we approach our destination. What is your preference?
You mean like what will make sure you get paid, or
No. What is your ideal outcome of this situation?
all the ruffians dead, my brother alive, and us all the more richer for it.
Well, then there's another option that may interfere with facets of that desire. If what Mara has said is even remotely true, and there's an ambush of Goliaths waiting for us in the canyon, one thing that could strengthen your reputation that you're looking to form, that you won't be fucked with by rabble, would be changing the dictates that were presented to you and demanding that they meet you in town, thus losing them any sort of home advantage and preparations that they have in the canyon. They may very well decide to kill your brother because you've decided not to play by their rules, or the money may be more valuable to them and they'll acquiesce, in which case they lose that advantage. And you appear stronger for it.
How would I tell them?
I think someone in town would take care of that for us.
I would worry about putting innocent people in town at risk, though, with that idea.
Yeah.
Like, I like the idea, but I
The
don't.
combat doesn't have to take place in town, just not in the canyon. The town is... I mentioned the town because that's where his eyes and ears will undoubtedly be.
Yeah. I like I said, I like the plan. I just question.
I don't necessarily like the plan. Because as I
logistics.
said, they may just... This bandit believes he has a reputation as well. He may just kill him and be done with it.
Outright. Mm-hmm.
But if the money is important to him, he may be willing to budge. Now, your brother may be harmed. In fact, it's fairly likely he'll be maimed in some sort of way. Likely a finger or toes. In fact, nothing a restoration spell can't take care of, but something to teach him the value of caution in the future if you choose to spin it that way. Regardless, I think the town needs to be our first course of action. And the general vibe, so to speak, will hopefully give us an indication of which way to proceed from there.
Yeah. Well, I would like to see what's going on, because I'm not sure where they even grabbed him from. And out of character, was the stuff that Mara was saying about Goliaths out loud? Or was that in the link?
I assume that's out loud.
Okay. By all accounts, from what I was able to gather from the guard, your friend there sees the way things are. She knows of the ruffian's lineage, it sounds like.
She has the
Oh.
ability to cast augury.
The bandits are Goliaths.
Kip's trying to cover. Kind of looks to Mara.
Also, you can... if
She's
you
a diviner of sorts.
Yeah. Kip, you can also give me another history check at advantage.
Sure.
This would jog more memory.
Some memories.
Mm-hmm.
History advantage. 21.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't put much into it before, but you do believe that it reportedly... You weren't
It's a
looking at...
herd.
You weren't looking at the bounty because you did probably... You don't want to fuck with Goliath, maybe, or whatever the case is. But yeah, you do believe that Helen is a Goliath. And with that rule, or Holland is a Goliath, and with that rule, he's also been described as among Goliaths, a bear of a beast as well.
I'll convey that over the link that he he is definitely a Goliath, but he may also be the chieftain of a herd that is effectively his gang.
Eddie.
I'm
mean-
going to relay over the link. I think I met him, and he told me that they died from a misunderstanding. Hall and a bunch of other people, and it was a misunderstanding. It's hard to know.
Dal, it may be that the direct approach may be our best.
You thinking that the hostage might be another no, what's his freaking name? Davern situation?
No, I think the hostage is another Quasit situation. But
We only have Brian's word. What if he ran away from his jerk of a brother?
I
Took
think
the tuning fork.
I think a parlay.
Is that out loud?
No, this is all in the link now.
Okay.
I think a parlay would be appropriate given the situation. If even bandits, even kidnappers have typically some sense of decorum, and in hostage situations, a parlay to either firm up the terms or renegotiate is not uncommon and would not necessarily raise suspicion. I think it might be our best course of action. It would be tipping our hand to our presence. But one way or another, they'll find out about us anyway.
Just so the history check detailed that the person we've gone to rescue is dead. Is that what?
No.
No.
The history
I-
the history check was that the kidnapper was a giant among Goliaths. Mara insinuated that she spoke to him through her visions and that he and his gang were killed by a misunderstanding.
She spoke to him through visions, through a misunderstanding.
I think a parlay is necessary.
A parlay might be necessary.
I am inclined to agree.
Do Goliaths have dark vision? I'll ask that over the link. I don't know.
I have never met a Goliath.
Me neither.
They're exceedingly rare outside the north.
I only know that they're large, but I mean that could be assumed by the fact of their
I
name.
don't think so.
Do you know what this particular person is rumored to be able to do? I would assume if they're a bandit leader, they're either sneaky or a martial type.
Who is that?
More than likely a martial type.
Who is that you're asking?
Kip.
Okay.
Because he was the one doing the history check.
No, I'm not positive. The idea of a sneaky Goliath, while amusing, rings false in my ears.
That's why I said more than likely a martial type as opposed to a...
Hey. And keep in mind, he's not doing, rooftop scampering. He's snatching people and selling them back to their loved ones. So that lends towards martial. That's a more direct approach.
Yeah.
Less finesse. I am leaning towards a parlay.
I think that a parlay is. We're talking over the link, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure. I still don't completely trust Lord Brian. Something about this just does not sit right with me. And I'm concerned that at the worst, like at the best, this is a setup or some type of mixed communication. At the worst, I mean, depending on how important this fucking tuning fork thing is to him, what if he just happened to find out that these people might have it and they're construing some type of way to steal it from them without stealing?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. I have a hard time believing that this tuning fork he just so happens to know about.
Nice. Something that powerful would be. The knowledge would be more widespread if it reached his ears, which means more people would be taking a try for it.
Right. Or maybe his brother went to go. Maybe his brother didn't get kidnapped. Maybe
ran
his
off with
brother.
it.
Or he went to go steal it in the first place and got caught.
True.
I don't know how likely that is, just because how many nobles do you know that partake in direct
Doing,
thievery themselves?
I mean, unless his brother is going through the rebellious stage, but I can't age elves very well.
I think that would be sometime within the first half century.
Hmm.
All right, so at some point we're going to be presenting more options and possibilities than solutions. So I think the best thing to do is to get a read on the situation directly.
And don't jump immediately to a fight. I think that's going to be important.
I mean, if we're going to parlay, I'm not going to attack them until they attack us.
That's fair.
I think we just need to make sure everyone is aware of that plan, and I don't know what Lord Brian's going to do.
Well, if the past is anything to go by, nothing.
That's not true. He may fall off the hippogriff.
Well, that's a good point.
While they're riding along the road, Kip's just gonna toss his sword off the side of the wagon into the side of the road,
Yeah.
and then wait like 5 seconds, and then call it back to his hand.
Whip. It just kind of materializes in your hand.
He kind of looks around guiltily, like he's waiting for like a Shadowfell thunderbolt to strike him.
Oh, you're precious. You get in your head. Just
he
Isn't
gives
that
out
cute?
he gives out an audible. "Ah!"
Kip, are you okay?
She didn't think that was as funny as I did.
Think what was? You know what? I don't know.
He'll make direct eye contact with you and toss the sword off the side of the wagon again.
Was me?
No, he'll make eye contact with you and toss his sword off the side of the wagon, and then call it back to his hand. She didn't think that was funny.
Oh, I don't.
give me a dex check real quick.
Oh, god damn it!
Yep.
I'm-
Dex saving throw. Or
oh.
you can choose a dexterity saving throw, or you can choose a acrobatics check. Which I think both are going to be kind of meh.
Dex saving throw it is.
Okay.
They're both 2.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I did remember to turn off advantage. 13.
Yeah, that's enough. As it materializes, a fraction of a second, you realize it's materializing upside down. It almost
All
by
right.
design.
All right.
And you were you were quick enough not to squeeze your hand, but to kind of like loosen up so it doesn't like slice you up.
All right. No, understood. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna sheath it before he plays with it some more.
That's what you get for telling me that I was being crass.
You are crass, though.
I'm not crass.
Constantly getting horny in public?
That's pretty crass to me.
Was
Then-
oh sorry.
I'm gonna start getting really angry. It's not. They're not horns. It has nothing to do with my libido. I don't know why you're making fun of me about this, and I feel like I'm so angry that my antlers start to flare up a little bit because I'm getting very defensive
Yep.
about.
Is that what one would call a rage boner?
Okay, I'm going to move a safe distance away from Dal now.
They're not. And I'll pass my hand through my horns. 1, they're not bones. 2, they're not hot. Now get the fuck off.
Now's like, would you
No,
would you
no.
be opposed
Dal,
if I
no.
touched? I just want to know. Are they?
Fine. And I'll lean my head down.
Dal just kind of like pokes and like kind of
I
pinches at. He's like, it's so weird. They're
just
almost soft.
I mm, as
They're
just
ethereal.
as a general rule, Dal, asking someone of another race if you can touch their head, typically a bad idea.
They're ethereal. The
Butterhead,
only
it's
time
kind-
that they had matter to them was when we were in the wild hunt.
Yeah, we can absolutely take a break. Yeah, we're approaching 10
Yeah.
o'clock. So if we take a break now, we want to meet back at 10. So
Yep.
9-minute break or so, I think is good. As you guys are arriving within visual distance of Thillery on a rather quaint, smaller, more to its roots elven village. You do see that there is a inn that is kind of on the outskirts, and also if you are trying to get to the town proper, that you would probably have to pass the main road with some guards. But until then, let's take a break, and we will be back about at the top of the hour.
Sounds good.
All right.
I'd like to point out I am not crass for pointing out that my parents did the nasty.
And on that
It's
note,
not how
we
that
are
works.
back.
That's fine. It's fine. I have said worse things that have been caught on game streams, so we're good.
Fair enough.
Every time somebody mentions something like that, I just Grandpa Simpson voice. What? You think your parents didn't fuck?
No, I apparated. From day one, I just became a problem.
I was assembled.
How was it assembled?
I was an accident.
Oh, like a happy little accident. Like
I was an accident.
yeah.
My parents were
I
married
am-
for 7 years before they had me, and I'm their first.
I am proof that at one point in history, my mommy and my daddy did actually touch.
That's true. I've never seen them touch.
Right? It's
God.
weird.
I know your ancestors came across with on the Mayflower, but Jesus Christ, your parents are still
They-
so Protestant.
They take that Puritan heritage to an extreme, man.
Oh jeez. Let's see if I can corral this back on. We're arriving
Yes,
into
please.
Sorry. I'm
no,
so
it's
sorry.
fine.
I'm not.
Relatively compared to where you have been, it's a very small elven village. In fact, there looks like to be new construction project going on the outskirts of the southern end as you walk up to what appears to be a elven tavern, probably the waypoint for anybody traveling through coming in. Kind of describe to me, how are you like coming in, like you own the place? Are you weary travelers, merchants? What's the kind of the rhyme or reason? What's your tactics in approaching the town to the point where other people would start being able to see you come?
So I'm probably just sticking close to Lord Brian, and dude, it's gonna be all night.
That's fine.
And trying to basically like pose as his bodyguard.
Okay.
I have shifted my armor to look more like merchant's clothes at this point.
Okay.
And I'm going to have V come up and sit next to me. Or I'm going to ask V to come sit up next to me with on the front of the wagon.
Probably about a half mile out of town. I'm gonna hop off the wagon
Okay.
and just let folks know I'll meet them at the tavern or the inn or whatever. Just for any sort of a ruse we might try to craft, I want to arrive separately, like I'm on the hunt.
Gotcha.
V will sit up next to Dal, but she'll also start like fiddling with her fiddle. I guess I should say. She'll be
She'll start
messing with
fiddling.
her violin. Yeah. Trying to look as like, hey, I got a ride with somebody who's got a cart, and I'm just a traveling bard as she can, I guess.
Oh, I was just going to claim you were my granddaughter if anybody asks, but that works too.
All right. Well, I
I can
think...
just sit in the wagon.
Yep.
Okay.
The wagon's covered. You
Right.
could just sit in the back.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
Let's see.
you guys could also, Dal, you and Mara could convincingly seem like your snake oil salesman too.
We could.
What? We're
We have
completely
assets.
legitimate.
We have acid.
It's true.
Hey kid, you want some drugs?
Drink up. It'll cure all
up.
your illnesses.
You'll feel like your tongue is melting.
It'll clean your innards right out.
What do you call it? Drano.
Colon
It's a very
escapist.
strong laxative. You'll shit your guts out.
We call
All
it
right.
we call it colon blow. Yeah, so I'm walking into town with Tag. I'll take the time to use my shift weave to fully adopt the mantle of the hound while under my breath cursing the melodrama, but it's a necessary part of the business, or he believes it is. And as soon as I'm in line of sight of anybody in the town, I'm going to use thaumaturgy to kind of surround myself with gusting wind or little tiny gusts of wind and kind of the lilting, fading sounds of pack hounds hunting
All right.
that follows me.
So let me get this straight. We got Mara in the back. We got V and Doll in the front riding the cart. Gale is with Lord Brian. Are you riding Nemo right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not invisible, right, Mara?
No, no one asked me to, so no.
Okay.
Yeah, so then I'm writing Nemo.
Okay. And are you and Lord Byron staying with the cart, or are you trying to seem separated from, like, distinct different parties?
I think it would be why, like, I think we would have conferred before we go into town, but I think it would be wise if we split up.
Okay.
Yeah, the people in the cart will go in separately from I think Gale and the noble should go in because that's a very good just a passing noble with a bodyguard.
Over the link, Kip's just gonna quick convey the benefit of growing up in a village about this size. No matter how far apart we stagger our entrances, this number of strangers
Is not unrelated.
are not going to be seen as a coincidence. So it might be better for your two groups to be like, yeah, we met on the road and decided safety in numbers, because that's at least believable. Other than the coincidence of 3 different groups of travelers coming into this village that probably doesn't see any travelers.
That's fair.
That was the point I was going to bring up, based on the fact that this is actually slightly bigger than your village, Kip, growing up. But yeah,
By about 12 buildings, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
okay, then we can come in with the wagon. I don't.
And then how
Yeah,
long are you coming in after or before Kip?
After.
After them? Okay. So Kip's last, right?
Yep.
All right.
And Kip would make it clear, like, he's not trying to say to like poo-poo any plans you guys made. He's just like, trust me, I grew up in a tiny shithole. If 2 people arrived on the same day, we would assume that they were related in some way.
That's fair. I do not have the benefit of really growing up in too small of a town, so or staying anywhere for long.
All right.
I am gonna grab my coffee though.
Go for it. All right. So yeah, as I said, you were kind of coming in. You're coming in into the section to your south. I don't like I think I'm gonna get
Swap maps?
No, not swap maps. I'm debating on the lighting, the sight lines blocking. I like the map, and I don't know that you guys are gonna be super fight in here, so I don't think I need the crazy amount of
Sorry.
I'm just trying to think if I could turn it off quickly instead of undoing everything. Lighting. I could do this. If I do that. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind because you guys could kind of see, but I also the weird sight lines don't really matter right now, and it's a better visual. Okay, and if I need to, I could turn it on for battle mode. Is what I think I'm gonna start doing. All right, yeah, you come in. You're in the area that looks like it's under heavy construction. The trade district area for the most part, as it were, because while it's slightly larger than what is depicted here, this area is newly renovated. There's a couple buildings going up mid-process. And the inn is directly to your south. But you are, the first group of people are stopped by 2 guards. They are damn large downgrade from your average guard you knew from Uthrian. They look like they live in the town, and they are they've got gear, but it's older, not as finely polished or anything like that, and they're both older and maybe a little bit more aged elves, which is saying something. They stop you like, you come here in peace, trade, or peace or trade.
Well, trade in my case. We're just a passing merchant, just so happened to come along. Somebody on the road, safety numbers, all that. Just looking for a place to stay for the night and maybe to do some light trading.
Oh.
If that's no problem.
You got one of the licenses, I take it?
Yeah, I pull out my license and show it to him.
Oh, nice. I wasn't even gonna make you show it. Just, you look like the trusting type. Good, good, yeah.
Well, thank you. We shouldn't be any problem in town. Hopefully.
I would hope not.
I'm not saying. I feel like people very much disassociate from the idea of a quiet night being everything. Everyone in town or in the city always looks for the next best thing, wants things to be exciting, and it's a headache. Well, I'll stop gabbing at you. I'm sure I'm talking your ear off for no good reason.
Oh no, they're firmly attached. It's all good. So yeah, if you if you want to stay at the inn, it's right over. He kind of gestures over his shoulder. Neela will gladly put you up for the night. She's probably the best cook in the village too, so that's a bonus.
Well, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm not so bad myself.
Oh.
I'll start coughing violently.
Incoherent screaming over the mind link from Kip a half mile behind you.
Since you both went in together, and Gale, you're noticing this a little bit right next to him, but Lord Byron is getting more and more, not perturbed, but like, maybe you know it as a noble getting agitated that he hasn't been announced or recognized or presented. Like, there is a level of decorum that he is thinking lacking.
Look over at him and be like, yeah, no one announced me either, so you're on your own, buddy.
Well, and as you're talking to each other, the other guard's like, welcome, Lord Byron. We were expecting you, and all of the arrangements that you have commanded has been taken care of. Right this way. And he kind of clicks his boots together and like goes to march off. And a smug look on Lord Byron's face kind of takes hold as he dismounts the hippogriff. And
my family still has a higher station than you. And I'll just follow.
Okay. And
he can be smug all he wants.
But yeah, so you can follow them. All this is going on. The other guard doesn't even really like bat an eye and doesn't really react too much, and just kind of keeps small talking with you, doll, about like cooking. Like, oh yeah, you can cook well. Like, what's your dish of choice?
Well, I mean, coming from a port city, I'm very much akin to fish myself. Have you ever had monkfish?
Was that made by a cleric?
No. Despite the name sound, it's honestly a very ghastly thing to look at, but it is a very tasty morsel, let me assure you.
Well, I'd be interested in trying it. Do you have to catch them fresh, or
If
do
for the
they
best taste,
salt?
yes. But I'm sure you're not too far out. I'm sure if you ever wanted to indulge in one, I could think I might be able to set up a delivery.
Am I still within range for the mind link?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
mile.
mile, so you're well within range.
Okay. Over the mind link, I'll kind of let everybody know, like, I don't like the tavern was the building to the south of where we were when we just came into town, right?
Yes.
I'll let everyone know, like, I don't like how far away Lord Brian is being taken from the group. He supposedly arranged accommodations, and it is like on the other side of this little village. It's going to be difficult to keep an eye on him.
Why didn't? Just we'll have to take turns making sure everything's all right. If he's our quarry today, so we're just going to have to make sure that he's well protected. This effectively is our job anyway, so this is what we're getting paid to do.
Yep,
can
I'm just letting you know.
We can split our watches, one with him, one with the group, while they sleep.
Speaking of which, so I know I travel kind of fast, but going through town, you see people kind of milling about, speaking to each other or moving stuff. There's a lot of tents that are popped up, as if like they haven't moved into houses or they're creating it. You can tell this is very much an area that is under construction. But Gail, something that you'll notice particularly might be troubling. Some of the houses on the south end,
Under development, you say?
while there are a couple that look like they're being rebuilt or built, there's some that are super dilapidated and look like busted up, and fire damage can be seen.
Okay.
Amongst them. Site maybe like it, and it's not fresh because there's not like growth or anything or vines going through them, but it looks like there's furniture and stuff still to be pulled.
I'll
from
mention something to the guard. Like as we're walking through, like I'll be like, "Well, it looks like did you all have a fire recently?
Fire.
Did something happen?"
A little bit. We had a workforce strike / riot. And he kind of looks over to Lord Byron for a second as he's saying it, like it's not. He says, "Yeah, Lord Byron's brother's workforce," and then kind of shuts up as he does make eye contact with Lord Byron, and it kind of abruptly stops speaking about it. Like, "Yep, no, it was just altercation."
I'll pass everything along through the mind link about how Lord Byron brother is apparently local to this area and had a workforce here that just recently went on strike, and that's the reason why apparently some of these buildings are burnt.
Interesting.
And
The average people in town, is anybody making like 50, like, because I'm guessing like some of these people like know who Lord Brian is. Like, are they making like shifty eyes towards him or like scowling in his direction?
not overtly. You can give me an insight check as you're going through town. You definitely catch a couple that are like purposely not making eye contact because they're trying to mind their manners situation. No one's overtly like, "Ah, fuck this guy," but the vibe is also like they'd be talking and then you'd walk by and they'd kind of get quiet a little bit. So they're not shady, but they're also like, fuck this guy. In the sense of they're not giving an open, warm welcome.
Yeah. Does the guard seem to be friendly to him, or is it more of a like, I don't want to get my ass chewed out, so I have to look like I'm falling all over myself to take care of this guy?
You get the sense that he's simple enough that he just doesn't want to rock the boat.
Fair.
Type situation. You've seen it enough, small villages that have guards. Likely those guards are not good at any actual day-to-day trade skill type jobs, so they're like,
Yeah.
you protect us, right? Yeah, you
Those who can't do guard.
yeah,
I
exactly
get
is
it.
the vibe. And he's so you don't think he's got the capacity to really do much beyond just the extra platitudes to make sure he stays in good grace with the Lord.
Guys, the people in this town definitely don't like Lord Brian and his brother. Maybe you can get some more dirt and stuff on them, like at the inn. Like you might be able to get a better scoop talking to some people around town. Just don't let on that, you know, try to maybe like be a little disparaging of him. It might get you in good graces with the town. They don't like this guy.
Hey, just for posterity's sake, I found a crate of fine cloth. Define fine cloth. Is that wool? Is that silk? Is that
It's silks.
it's silks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good to know.
Looks like you're getting new sheets made.
It looks like silk is very expensive.
It is, but really comfy to sleep on sometimes.
Very comfy to sleep on. All right.
So, while they're walking through, you get this, and the Mineling kind of going back and forth, and then the guard that was talking to you about like just how you prepare monkfish, and he wasn't stalling you or anything. He was genuinely just trying to talk to you about like different food stuff. So you get the sense that he's just a talker. Real like
he gets right along with Dal then, because Dal's weakness is literally just gabbing.
yeah, and so he's trying to gab with you, and then the hippogriff kind of like just paws at like the ground a little bit. He's like, "Oh crap! Yeah, welcome to Thillian. I just got to I gotta board this," and he kind of like tries to like corral it, like I don't and
Treat it with respect, and you should be just fine. They're proud creatures, don't you know?
gotcha. Okay. Oh dear. Here, birdie. And kind of tries to lead him up to
Speaking of boarding, I'll need to board the horse.
I think they might have some space at the inn. We're currently building a new stable, so maybe one of the
Understood.
other places. I don't know. And he kind of like is leading the hippogriff up the hill and to like a bush area. But kind of leaves you to your own devices. There's a couple people in town. Where would you like to go? Just so we could shore up time wise.
We'll just head over to the inn, I guess, and start getting accommodations taken care of.
Okay.
Actually, Dal looks at V, and would you mind going and taking care of the inn? I'm going to play the part, and I'm going to set up a little merchant stall in the town square.
Do you want your cart there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have control of the cart? I forget.
I do not.
Let's change that.
I need to look up how much it is for the bigger, better cart. That's what I need to do. I'll do
You
that
do
when
have
we get back.
control of your horse, though, right?
I do have control of the horse. That's how I can be the horse.
Yeah.
I am horse.
All right, you should be able to move the cart now, too.
Hey, bye, baby.
No, baby.
I don't have control of the baby, so I can't move it with me.
No, it's fine. I got baby. Baby staying with the carts. Baby is always with one of you or in the cart. So I love how the baby owlbear has a name, but we're all just going to call him baby.
Baby.
Because it's named Kaylee or
Kellic.
Kellic. It's you have named it something that I cannot pronounce it and just offhandedly.
Baby.
So it is now baby.
Shillelagh?
Location, location.
Gil
Where
literally calls
is
him
the
baby, so
highest concentration of working buildings?
All right, and we'll
It
move
looks
you
probably
then.
around where you are.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Gail, if you come in, I don't know if you want, if Nemo, and then the guard kind of leaves you at the door with the lady that welcomes you in. Is like, welcome, Lord Byron. Accommodations have been made. Your vacation home is as you requested. Is there anything you need at this time?
Lord Byron, do I have your leave to check the rooms? Make sure that they're safe.
Oh, yes. Very official. Yes, professional. Good.
I'll check all the rooms. Check and see, like, if there's rugs on the floor, like, I'll flip them up to see if there's any,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean, trapdoors or whatever.
Yeah, go ahead
I'll
and
check the windows.
give me an investigation check. Okay.
18.
Yeah, everything seems pretty well in order. It is kind of off-putting the sense that you get that this specific house is so well stocked, so well finished off and everything compared to what you were walking through town. Like, ooh. And then just the mention of it being a vacation home is kind of like you're starting to put together like maybe a sore subject.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I already disliked this guy, so yeah. Is the lady that showed us in, is she basically like a housekeeper?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's likely tends to the house. She does have attire that would kind of not strictly shout out any type of servant, but a manual laborer of sorts.
Okay. So Lord Byron, is this your house? Is this your brother's house? Is it a family estate?
Oh, I would probably list it as a family estate. My brother usually stays here. Has been at least for the last couple of months, yes. And gets a slight nod from the lady.
I'll ask the lady, is there anything around the time that his brother went missing or was kidnapped or whatever, did you notice
Give me an
anything?
insight check real quick. Even as you ask that
Sure.
question, before you even get to the second part of your question.
21.
Very confused look on her face.
Fantastic.
That the brother is missing or kidnapped. Like just like a moment of shock and then just kind of confused and she goes to interrupt but kind of minds her manners and lets you finish.
Did you notice anything odd around the house? Any visitors, any packages, any letters?
Well, the only letter we got was from Lord Byron that he would be on his way and would arrive either today or tomorrow.
When was the last time you saw Lord Damascus?
Mm, I'm. She is struggling to find an answer for you, and kind of is looking at Lord Byron, and Lord Byron interjects with, "I will. I will be doing the cursory investigation. I don't need you questioning the staff."
Fantastic. I am going to cast a spell.
Go for
Give me 1 second. I want to look up specifics. Awesome.
it. Go for it. So that is that's an overt spell because there's a verbal and somatic component.
Oh no, that's fine. If he attacks me, he attacks me.
Oh no, yeah. Oh, are you protecting our the my abode?
Yeah, I'm just trying to gather a little bit of information on our end that might help me find any tracks or any more details about what might have transpired before your brother went missing that might help us have a better advantage tomorrow when we go to confront those criminals.
Where are you casting it? Also, like, what's the zone?
It is a 15-foot radius from this point right here.
Okay,
So it covers most of this room.
Okay, the question is, are you trying to position it so you're not also in it? Because technically, you can be affected by the spell as well.
Good point.
I'm being nice early on for this kind of stuff, but yeah.
No, that's fine.
Because if you pick like a corner, it could be just where he's in line.
I'll put it in that corner.
Fair enough.
Right
so
there.
So it emanates, yeah. And then
it'll hit both of them, but not hit me.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
Let me do some. What's your spell save is 15. All right. Oh, that's so you get somebody that it affects and it doesn't. It seems to not take hold on Lord Byron, but it has affected the servant girl.
A motherfucker isn't that charismatic. I know. That's fine.
I mean, he's charismatic enough. Oh, wait, you guys aren't. I rolled a 1 and a 14. So but his bonus is a plus. It's not. He doesn't have a negative charisma.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm just.
Oh wait, so, no. It's a 1 for. I reversed that. My apologies. Lord Byron was first, so he rolled the 1. So no, it is affecting him. I misspoke. It is not affecting the servant girl.
Oh, she has a bonus to charisma. Good for her.
Mm-hmm. Well, she only needs a bonus 1.
No, I know, but that's fine.
So
she has a better charisma than I have a wisdom. So,
Maybe that's why she's a servant.
So, when was it that you? I'm sorry. When did you last speak to your brother, Lord Byron?
Last speak to him in person? It's been months.
No. I mean, like any type of communication.
Oh. Well, lass, do you question my ability to... Strange effects around you.
I mean, like, sometimes when people, you had said that you had received a ransom note and things like that. Sometimes when, people kidnap children or things like that, they might have the child or the noble also write like a letter to kind of like act as like proof of life or to reassure the parents that, if they go along with everything, that they'll get their loved ones back.
I'm I am struggling to answer your question as I am feeling the effects of some kind of magical compulsion, which is rather peculiar. Is that what you tried to establish within my domicile?
I'm just
Good,
trying to get the truth of
good
of
Lady
of what
Wren?
happened.
Well, full disclosure then, there was a dispute with my brother and his workforce, as I think you heard from our friendly guard. And I had heard from him last with a letter detailing such.
So it would be fair to say that most of a good majority of the town might not have a favorable opinion of your brother. I'm just trying to understand, you know,
Oh no, they love Damascus. He's bringing them prosperity and trying to really turn this pit stop of a town around.
how does the town feel about your family in general, though?
I mean, in general, the town has probably positive feelings about my family. I go back generations of assistance and setting up this town itself. I with one of the founders.
I'll look over at the housekeeper. You were I'm so sorry. You were going to say something to me. And I appreciate you for letting me speak. Could you tell me what it is you were going to say?
Oh, it's not my place. The Lord Byron here is asked us not to prattle on about family affairs of his. But he does speak true. We do find Lord Damascus much more of a pleasant individual compared to Lord Byron here, but that's no fault of either.
Um, Lord Byron, let me just be completely frank with you. Uh, if if there's something you're not telling us, it could turn tomorrow's situation into a very dangerous one for my friends and as a result for you.
Mm.
I'm not trying to point all of the fingers at you, but if things go poorly, it if things go I'm very concerned that you may not be telling us the whole story, and as a result, things are going to go poorly because you are going to walk us into a dangerous situation.
There is a contorting grimace to Lord Byron's face. Can you give me a persuasion check?
I'm gonna use my inspiration on that.
Okay.
I feel like it's important. 24.
All right. He's really struggling for a second. Doesn't know what to say. Good Lady Knight, Lady Wren. You know curative magics, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And what he is about to say is going to be a very quick sentence, very rapid fire. And then directly after that, I need you to roll me initiative. But it is not for combat. It is just to
Okay.
gauge how fast you can react.
I was
Okay.
about to yell Jenga to the rest of the group.
Yeah.
Okay.
He grimaces and
Changa.
kind of looks at you at your answer, and he nods. My brother's being held by a demon. I'm under a geas, and if I give any of this information, I'll die. And you see that his skin starts to slough off. And unfortunately, you are not fast enough for the immediacy of the damage onsetting.
If I could,
Yeah. Oh, she has advantage.
you have
I do have
Yeah.
advantage to initiative.
Even worse.
are you fucking shitting me?
What is
I'm
with
sorry.
these dice today?
I'm looking
And
to see if
so-
I have any.
Get Mara there within the next minute.
If we're over the mind link, can I assist in that way? We
Jenga,
are connected.
Jenga, shit's going bad. Jenga.
Spare the dying.
I will. Okay, so we gotta shore up time. So we were having some music played over by here. So we're gonna do a cut. Like this is almost like a TV show, and like his skin starts to fall and boil off. But we need to go back to the beast. No offense to V and Dal, the B story. No, you're setting up shop.
It's absolutely the B story. Don't get me wrong. This is Dal just doing his best to play the merchant part. Yeah, I'm setting up a store. I have like just a bunch of crates of random shit that I bought at the beginning of the adventure that have all been just sitting in my preservation chest just for situations like this. Plus a few things we popped off. So I'm gonna set up some of like I'm gonna like pull out a troll claw, some giant toes as like curios. And that's gonna be more of a fish oil, like some like bits of like ankeg, and like the hide itself will sit out there as again curios, and then like off to the other side there'll be things like spices, silks, wine, like finer goods, as well as like some more and then kind of in the middle is more of the affordable stuff. That's just gonna be kind of like you're just like general herbs for like just flavoring stuff, whatever, things that are kind of like used for poultices and stuff like that.
So he had no say on this, right?
No, it's I can ping this. Oh, did I just? That is so
Yeah,
weird.
I'm just trying to get an idea. Like, so if you can ping it, like what both of us are doing, we might be able to figure out.
Yeah, it's gotta roll 20 crapped out. Give me 1 second. It is like weird. It's like whenever I pan the camera in certain ways, the roll 20 client's like, no, you can do a bunch of complex things, but moving to the right 3 squares, nah. So, if you look up in the compendium, it's a geas, so G-E-A, or a gesh, I should say, right? That's how it's...
Definitely not how it looks like it would be pronounced, but I think it's
right,
Celtic.
right. But it's a 5th level spell at minimum. And what it does 5d10 psychic damage when you break the ban on whatever restrictions you have.
Mm-hmm.
It's not concentration or anything.
So does that put him? So he's not in bleed out. He's just dead.
No, he's
he would go into bleed out.
So that's so a gesh is what he says, and something that you might be familiar with is psychic damage. This is obviously a physical thing, so it's likely a gesh with a different either a sorcerer or some other type of way to change meta magic to change the damage type. But if it did max damage, there's a good chance that he's just going to be straight up dead. But we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
You know that he's likely taking upwards of, on average, like at least 30 damage, and most unskilled lords don't have a lot of hit points. But
I mostly just asked because I can't do much to like increase his hit points, but I can heal him.
Right.
So
Right. And so I'm going to give you an opportunity when we get
Yep.
back to you.
nope, that's fine.
Yeah.
Go to everyone else. I just lots stuff.
Yeah, I know. Stressful. Ah. So yeah, you get three individuals, three elven ladies that were kind of already milling about the center of town, kind of watching you set up. None of them seemed super impressed with your performance, V. By the way, they're like, "Oh, that's nice." Uh, are
Ooh,
you're
everyone's a
playing?
critic.
Not even a critic. They're just like, "Oh." I think with the lady that kind of walks up with the three or whatever in the middle is already kind of strumming along on a lute, and it kind of sounds about on par for what she's just diddling, playing. In fact, you have a sneaking suspicion you might have just subconsciously started playing something similar to hers, and it's like, oh, all right, whatever.
Ah, welcome, ladies. Is there anything I can interest you in? I have some herbs for medicinal herbs for sale. I have some various
Recreational
curios.
herbs for sale?
Hmm?
Recreational herbs for
I
sale?
have a few herbs that go in the pipe. Yes,
Oh,
indeed, I do.
well, we would like to hear about that. Where are you from?
I come from all over. I tend to call Unthrian my home, but honestly, the road is my home, and I travel all over the place.
Oh.
Come,
I've
come,
been
let
to
me.
Uthrian once. It's pretty big.
Oh, it's easy to get lost if you don't know where you're going, but there's a few tricks to remember. But I won't bore your ear off. I heard. Smoke.
Yeah.
As he pulls out kind of various like little boxes and kind of flips them open. Like, well, this one is more for if you're more for lounging. It's good for if someone has made some nice breads and you're feeling like you could use a little bit of help enjoying more bread. This one, it's very nice for relieving tension for the day. It helps you relax. This one helps you focus a little bit. Actually, it's more of stimulates the mind.
We want
And
ones that
just
make you see shit.
oh, here I've just the thing, fresh from the glades of just like talks about some like random like fey woods. These come from mixed in with the mushrooms of the Agra Hills. Will make you see things that scroll into the future and seem to
Oh,
come from the past at the same time.
oh, cool. How much?
Oh, well, in the big city, they charge an arm and a leg for this stuff, my ladies. An arm and a leg, but for you, an ounce will cost you just 3 silvers.
Oh, they kind of look between each other, and you also price check wise, you get the distinct impression that most people see 3 silvers maybe like in a quarter or a couple months.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
the,
Hold on,
the,
let me do something. Hold on, let me
Gift a gab, gift a gab,
tip the
gift a
gap.
gab.
But as he kind of like looks, what if?
can
I
we
tell
maybe
you,
trade? Would you like
I am always open for a trade. What do you have?
um and they kind of just like look down sheepishly at you a little bit, but then oh wait, I've got a porcelain cat that that I bought from the last merchant, and he said it will only go up in price. Do you want to see that?
Oh, I would love to. I'll take a look at the porcelain cat. Hold on.
It is a very much mass-produced porcelain cat. When you were doing your ends feast shopping, you saw like dozens upon dozens of them.
Hmm.
Probably worth no more than like a couple copper.
I'll tell you what. You have a fine porcelain cat here. If you give me this porcelain cat in 2 coppers, you have yourself a deal.
very excitedly fishes out 2 coppers from her apron and gives
Got
you the
rid of this
cat.
piece of shit.
I'll put the cat up with the curios just to make them feel.
I mean,
feel
there
a little
is a
better.
there is a passing resemblance to
To Viola.
Viola. Yeah.
So Viola's gonna go ahead and hop up and just kind of like rub her face on the figure, and then just
I
kind of
mean,
like
come
roll
on.
herself over, and kind of like look at it.
Give me a 50-50. Give me a D100 roll.
Oh no, she's gonna knock this shit
High or
straight off.
low. High or low.
I'm gonna call. The dice have been low today, so I'm gonna call low.
She immediately goes up there, looks at it, kind of gives a brr meow, like kind of a almost a growling purr meow, like, and then just boop, knocks it off and shatters on the floor.
I look at Viola. Viola just looks at me, and she like does that thing cats do, where she like
Very
sits up straight, puffs herself up, and like
smugly.
squints, and
Yep.
like she's so proud of
Mhm.
herself.
Yep, I
Ugh.
did a thing.
And it releases a genie.
It releases a genie. Well, I still
The
come out
ground
ahead
begins to shake.
because I would like to
No.
point out that a pound of herbs, because I'm just going off of the herb price
Uh-huh.
for everything, goes for one silver, and an ounce is 16 to a pound. So I'm way ahead still.
Yeah. Well, that's also, I mean, if you think about it, you were super duper price gouging at 3 silver.
Oh yeah,
right?
no, that was absolutely a foot in the door tactic.
Yeah. But yeah, they give you 2 copper and the porcelain cat, which has promptly caused portion shards to be all over your floor.
I scoop it
care
up.
of,
And,
Viola.
no worries. Accidents happen.
And at about this point, we can go over to Mara, who was walking up to the tavern.
Yeah. Make sure. Hi there.
I get to add 2
Well,
pop-
hello.
Is this your tavern here?
I am the person on shift to be tavern person, or matron of the tavern. I don't own this place, but I work here.
Oh,
A very bubbly,
So a hostess.
blue-haired elf that seems rather young. Like, just even all elves seem timeless, but this one looks to be like having achieved adolescence not so long ago.
is this a good job for you?
I've seen a total of 5 people in the last year and a half that I've worked here. So you are number 6.
Well, I prefer number 5, but I guess. Do you
Do
like?
you need a stay for the night?
I do. Yes. And maybe you can tell me about your town while you check me in.
Oh, sure. Come on in. My name's Nesha.
And Mara.
Hi, Mara.
So, why can I not get in?
Oh,
Open sesame.
it's a door. You gotta. No, I'm here. I disabled dynamic lighting, but the lines are still technically. A door is still a door, so give me 1 second. This is
Just Jessica Simpson that shit and walked into a sliding door.
there. You go. Yeah.
Johnny, that 8 gallons of wine is more expensive than they can handle.
Oh, there we go.
I'm just saying, we have 8 gallons of wine that goes up by a gallon every day.
We're at 9 gallons of wine, Johnny.
Oh, there. I will mess with the door icons later. I should not be doing that right now. All right.
Bum, 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 bum. I just have a
Cool.
trade document up just to look at like prices of shit. It's my
Yeah.
life.
All right. So, Mara, I do love this job. I get to meet interesting people, but really, I mean, honestly, I just love to cook and this is
Still
kind
about
of the
4 liters
everybody
to
that
get.
doesn't like to cook will come here. So while I don't see much new people, I at least stay busy enough to be feeding the people that are too busy to cook or whatnot. Oh, I told a fib. I told a big fib. You're not number 6. There was a whole bunch. Well, see, they're not travelers though. They were working here. But I've
working
seen a whole
where?
band of what?
Working where?
Oh, on fixing the town up and building the new places. A bunch of big, they call them Goliaths, but they're just gray-skinned men, if you ask me. Just really big. But I've seen them too. But they're not traveler. They're not the same as like you coming in to visit. They came in to work. You know what I mean?
Are they in the canyon nearby? Is that where
How
they're
did you
working?
know? Yeah, they don't like staying in town. They don't like all the trees. So they've taken up living in the canyon not so far from here.
Did you see one in a red hat?
Yeah. Have you seen them before? Oh, that lady, are you pulling my chain? Is this are you are you on a joke with them?
No, just someone I've met before. I was hoping
Yeah,
I'd find one
Callan.
here.
Oh, their head they're like mayor or whatever they want to like mayor of I guess the canyon or whatever. Callan, the one that kind of is the boss, the head honcho.
Do they work for Lord Byron?
Well, his brother, Lord Damascus.
Lord Damascus. Yes. Is he around town?
No, I haven't seen him. Not at least for a couple days.
Gallon.
There was a big altercation and a fight broke out and
So 25
all the
glass of wine.
all the Goliaths
There's about 25 glass of wine.
kind of got mad and stormed off.
Were the Goliaths the ones that fighting?
No, not really. I mean, at least not from what I could tell. They were getting really mad. They were shouting, but no, they left after saying it's not their fault that that the conditions for which they were building were not to the standard or something, and that they need to get paid. And then there was a part of a building collapsed, and then I say it was a lightning bolt, but everyone wants to believe that there was a fire, but I could have sworn that it came from the sky. But yeah, if you don't mind, I'll how many beds do you need?
Do you have 5?
Yeah. Do you guys mind sharing a room? We have a room we have 3 single beds, and then 2 rooms with 3 beds.
5 days, we make 2 crates.
Yeah, I guess we can share.
Gold every 5 days.
I mean, they're separate beds, but just the same room.
Just beer.
All right, we'll take 2.
2 rooms?
Yeah.
With 3 beds each, I take it?
Sure.
Or do somebody share a bed? Because one of the rooms have a double bed, but the rest are single bed. Or I guess 2 rooms have double beds, but like what?
Would
2
you take
rooms with
pets?
3 beds? What was that?
Do you take pets?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
Okay.
We're in the forest, everybody. Like, yeah. If you leave your window open, you're just as likely to have an owl or a deer poke at their head in.
I think we have enough of those. Okay.
All right.
2 rooms, just pick.
2
There's a lot of
rooms.
details
Awesome.
going on here.
No worries. If they're both 3 the 3 bedrooms, those go for 2 copper a night, so it'll be a total of 4 copper.
Okay. I give her a silver. I assume that there's 4 copper in that.
Yeah, there's 10.
Here you go.
All right. And how much change? Or are you staying 1 night or 2 nights? Is this for 2 nights?
Sure, 2 nights sounds good.
Okay, and 2 copper is your change.
You can keep that for being so nice.
You are the sweetest. I will make sure. Any preferences on food?
Whatever you make has got to be better than what I'm used to. So,
Okie
Rude.
dokie.
truth.
And well, when you're ready to eat, just come on in, and then your rooms are the room down the hall to the right, and around the corner to the left. And she
You've been
hands you
very
2
nice,
keys.
helpful. Thank you.
And Kip, timing wise, this is about when you would be coming into town if you're trying to give yourself some distance between the 2 groups.
Yep.
And at this time, you're coming in. If Gail, would you bother doing anything along the mind link, or would you be acting instead of trying to send any messages first?
I will literally like lunge forward and use call on hands.
Okay.
Or lay on hands, and at the same time over the mind link be like literally just like stream of consciousness like screaming like demon's fucking him up, guys, get over here, Nemo's outside, please run.
Bonus action, I'm gonna activate my boots of swiftness.
Okay.
So if I do a full disengage or dash, how far can that get me?
So your normal move is 30.
Yep.
And this, with the boots of speed, lets you double. Here, let me look at them real quick, because I think it does 2 things.
I don't take attacks of opportunity in combat.
Yes, there's that. And it doesn't double your speed, it just gives you, or no, it does. Boots of speed. While wearing these boots, bonus action, double your walking speed. Yeah, so if you were to take the dash action, you would be normally, or wait, yeah, if you move 30 normally, so that'd be 60 if you just move. If you take your standard action as a dash action,
120.
you would move 120.
120. Okay, so I think
Yeah.
if I have to thunderstep, I think I could be there in 12.
You wouldn't, well, yeah,
I
honestly,
wouldn't be
we're
able
not
to
in
do
rounds.
that this round, right?
Yeah,
I
but
think-
and we're not in rounds either, so.
I think I could be there in less than 30 seconds. I don't know if that'll be fast enough.
All right. Well, you'll probably be there.
And cast Expeditious Retreat to make it as quickly as possible as well.
You'd be there in literally 12 seconds.
12 seconds at most. At most 20 seconds if
Okay.
you didn't cut corners and you took the path only.
I'm cutting corners.
But I guess the question also is, do you know where you're running to?
I did say Nemo's outside, but
That's true. So
Yes.
I'd be heading down the main drag and then
You-
hopefully.
yeah.
Looking for
You
Nemo.
just,
Okay.
run down the street, look for Nemo, and then turn in.
Yep.
I
Gotcha.
will also like at the same time tell Nemo to like make noise.
Noise. No, it like literally starts talking. Noise. Noise.
No, like bang your antlers on the side of the house, Nemo.
What's the term
Gotcha.
for the sound that reindeer make? Bay?
Nay.
Bray? Is it
Trumpet.
Baying,
They
yeah.
trumpet.
Baying.
Trumpet.
Do they trumpet?
Most large hooved animals.
He's an elk, so I think technically it's trumpet
trumpet.
still. Yeah.
All right. So if we're effectively out of rounds, it's up to you.
No, they
do
bugle.
I'm just gonna shoot myself to the door, and you can tell
Yeah.
me what happens.
All right. And a couple things that give me before we even get there, because I assumed you were kind of keeping lookout and stuff while you were on the outskirts.
Yeah, and I'm in full smoking armor, smoking gloves, smoking hound mask too, so I'm probably drawing some attention.
Probably, but give me a perception check before we even got to this part to see.
Sure. I'll shoot back
what
to
you
the entrance to the village.
You don't have to.
Okay.
Do that.
Perception.
Is that everyone or just Kip?
Just Kip.
Okay.
25.
25. You can very off in the horizon distance make out likely where the Red Canyon would start, and you can gauge that it's probably a 2-hour at max ride.
Gotcha. I will definitely take mental note of that.
Yep. It was just because you had some more time to get lay of the land. So.
Yep.
All right. You get there. Mara would be shortly behind you. You're wrapped up the sail, Dalaran, and V. I don't think V's in the mine link, right?
I am not in the mine link.
Nope.
So yeah, V. If you want, you can give me another performance check to see if you start battling the other loot player.
Well, you'll see Mara sprinting past.
Yes, flute off.
Yeah.
Oh no.
All right.
Baby's just in the middle of the thoroughfare, like, I want uppies.
All right. Yeah, so
Baby's in the
originally,
center.
like, it was sounding about on par with the individual, but you start adding a lot more complexity to it. And as you do, you kind of finish off your little, like, your portion of it, and you see Mara sprint by.
I kind of look over to Vigo. If you follow them, I'll keep things down here. And I'm going to go ahead and try to form I'm going to go ahead and form a mind link with V and spend a side eye to do so. For 1 hour.
Yep.
All right. I'll run past this
Ludist.
I was gonna say
Amateur.
I'm not even gonna acknowledge that they were playing.
Sad excuse.
Hard.
Do better.
This
look
poor
sad.
guy.
Do better.
Just absolutely
He does look sad.
broken.
So sad.
He looks so sad.
Finally, a kindred spirit of the musical arts, and they don't even see me.
Dal probably sees the approximately Kip-sized cloud of billowing smoke streaking through the town.
Yeah. All right.
Oh
and
my
now
gosh.
we can all be kind of caught up. So Gail, you were trying to be quick, but not really. You were not able to get your lay of hand started before you started seeing the damage occur.
Yep.
As his skin is starting to slough off and his eyes go wide as necrotic damage is kind of eating away at his body. But how much lay of hands do you pump into him?
It's decently late in the afternoon, right? Evening?
Yeah, it's early evening. It's not quite supper time, but it's getting there.
I don't want to dump everything into him. 20.
Okay. With 20 as 20 out of how much again? Is
30.
that like half your pool? 30? Okay, so you put in a sizable, like, you channel the arch heart and really kind of put saving a little bit of the tank, but really channel in divine energy, which almost seems to be battling the necrotic decay, sloughing off as like his cheekbone starts to show. It gets patched up and he's kind of breathing really heavy, and he slumps over onto your shoulder as you're holding and pressing this divine energy into him. And give me a medicine check. And at this time, Kip is this is when you would be coming in, Kip.
All right.
Medicine. Oh, now I get a 20.
No,
Fucking
that's
net.
fine. So
That's
you you go to stabilize him with the energy that you've sufficed into him, and while he goes limp, he is simply just passed out, but you believe to have saved him from the brunt force, the larger danger of
Got it.
death instantly.
So more like a shock,
have
like
s-
he passed out from like just
Mm-hmm.
okay.
And so you feel like you've done just enough, but he is stable, and it seems that the decay has stopped for the moment, and he is passed out on your shoulder. You're literally having to hold him up.
Okay. Once Kip gets in the door, I'm gonna
I can't get through the door.
Oh gosh, I've got to fix all these doors. Dang it.
so once Kip gets in the door, I'm gonna motion for him to join us, and him, me, and the housekeeper will go kind of like Kip and I'll carry him to the bed, and I'll just let the housekeeper know, like maybe like some tea or some soup or broth. Like once he wakes up, like he's okay, but I think he's in shock. Like if you can make something that would be
Yeah.
comforting to him.
Kip, as you go in, I'm trying to not cheese this.
Do I need to make a save against the zone of truth?
You will. I mean, you walk in, and because she hasn't broken, I think that's concentration. She hasn't broken it, so it's still
Yeah.
up, and it's
10
less
minutes.
than 10 minutes. So, it's not even concentration. It's just up for 10 minutes. So yeah, you will have to make a charisma save. You just give me one now, because you would have walked through it at that.
The potential for shenanigans is immense.
Okay, you're good. You don't have to worry about it. No, so Kip, as you go in, what you see right now is Lord Byron passed out on Gale's shoulder.
Okay.
Gale, as you turn to go see Kip, you notice that the image of the servant girl flickers for just a second.
Over the link, I'm like, Gale, Divine Sense.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold in the doorway.
I will cast Divine Sense.
Okay. It's not even a cast, right? That's just an ability.
Correct.
So you pop off Divine Sense. You instantly get a strong, oppressive, fiendish energy desecrating this domicile.
Okay.
Is she getting anything from the servant?
No, the servant's not being picked up at all on it.
I'm gonna physically interact with the servant.
Yeah.
Your hand goes right through.
Yeah, I was gonna do the
Yep.
same. So, all right.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna pop a healing word into Lord Byron just to make sure that he's stable and in case there's any secondary damage.
Sure. Gale, not that you would know this, but Gale, your medicine check, you already know that all his wounds are healed. This is literally a shock
Okay.
of going
Yeah.
from dead to alive in like a fraction of a breath.
Kip.
In that case, yeah, I'm listening. I'm sorry. At the same time, just in case there's any secondary, and now that we know that about this area, I am dropping this on him.
Okay.
And as other people run, like as the rest of our party run in, like, Kip, can you put my cloak over him, and maybe if we can get him out of here. I don't think it's good for him to stay in this house tonight.
Just a heads up, the Gios isn't gone, by the way.
I know. But there's something
Where's
else.
the demon?
There's something else here. So Kip kind of gestures at Lord Byron, and an explosion of spectral raven feathers surround him and seem to be absorbed into his skin.
remember how the last time when we were in that the weird altar room in the sewers, I channeled my divinity and it helped to like appease some, like it didn't completely remove the corruption, but it helped to appease some of the corruption. I could
Right.
try doing that in here. Like it's not going to reach the whole, like, I mean, I'd have to walk around and it's not going to do everything, but I don't know if it would work in here, but either way, we got the information that we need to know so he doesn't need to break the Gesh again. But I don't like this building feels desecrated and corrupted. I don't think it's safe for him to stay here. I think if we can sort of secret him away to the tavern to sleep there, and then I can explain to you all in our room in the tavern what's going on. I don't feel safe talking about it in here.
I've done what I can for him for now.
Is it over? No demon?
I'll explain when we get to the tavern.
There's more I can do for him, but we need to get to him where we're taking him before I can do it.
There's no demon physically here. There is a demon affecting this place and him.
It's desecrated.
Can you consecrate it?
No, I don't have a spell that consecrates
Ceremony.
an area. The closest that I can do and that I've done before is channeling my divinity and basically searing the area with radiant light. But I don't know if that would work in this case. I just know that it worked at the altar in the sewers.
Um. Hmm.
Tomorrow I could potentially make some holy water and we could sprinkle holy water in the house and see if that would help.
Think. There's not.
I didn't memorize that spell for today, so I can't do it.
Hello.
Create
It's
holy
ceremony.
water.
Ceremony. No, it's
Ceremony.
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 I know there's a spell that does it. I'm trying to
Cer-
remember.
Ceremony creates holy water. Can
Yeah,
create holy water.
Yes. One of the things of ceremony is bless water.
I can cast that as a ritual,
Okay.
but it's an hour and 10 minutes.
I mean, if we get him set up so he can rest, one of us can like get some food or something up to him without needing to involve like the tavern staff. You and I can come back here and create some holy water and bless the house. And then we all just take like I don't think even in staying in a secure tavern, I don't think it's a good idea for us to not have watches
I
tonight.
understand. Mara?
Yeah?
In your bag of trips, you wouldn't happen to have the ability to remove curses, would you?
No. Mm-mm.
Mm,
It's a long shot, but I could potentially have the ability to do that, but it would require renegotiating with Dulcinea, and that's not necessarily the best idea.
All right, there is a spell that does it. It's just way too high level for us at the moment.
mm-hmm.
Hallow is a 5th
I'm
level
talking
spell.
about remove.
Yeah,
Which one?
Hallow's high
Hallow.
level.
Hallow
yeah.
would remove desecration, but it's a 5th level spell.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right, so let's get him to the tavern now.
On the benefit to if we destroy this demon, it removes the gash, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. But it sounded like the
It's
terms
the
of
only
his
way
gash.
to get
Sorry.
the only way to really get rid of it is to remove the gash via a remove curse, I do believe.
the gesh is bound to the soul of the participant.
So he either has to have it removed that way, or he has to die, and we have to bring him back.
So from the way it sounded, the gash was specifically that he couldn't tell us about this. So we know now he doesn't have to tell us anything else about this again.
There's undoubtedly more information that he has that we require. So are you all willing to trust me?
Yeah, I trust you.
Take him to the tavern. Let's go fast. Rapidity.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna bring Nemo in here actually, and I'm just going to toss him over Nemo's back.
Hide him with your cloak.
Oh yeah, the first thing
he's-
I did was throw my cloak around him.
No,
You do get a kind of a knock at the open door. He's like, "Hello, everything okay in here? We heard some ruckus, and your animal friend was banging up the siding."
Hi, everything's fine. I apologize for being short, but we need to get to the tavern in our rooms immediately. I would be happy to explain what happened.
Yeah, the taverns, and she starts giving you directions for up the road and to the right. It's on the hill.
Oh, bless
Nesha is the best cook in these parts. And definitely will welcome the new stranger faces in town. I believe she has a running total of 5 new faces. She doesn't count the Goliaths since they're working here. And yeah.
I give Gale the side eye and look towards this woman. Since your thing lasts for a bit.
Yeah, is she popping up on Divine Sense?
No.
I think it's just to concern townsfolk.
I think we've earned the right to be paranoid at this point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not faulting her or making fun of you. She steps aside as you kind of you make your way out, and
she's not like, being as fiendish or anything, right?
No, nothing like that. No.
V, with me, please.
Well, if you need anything, I'm the local seamstress. I can make you. If you need any of your clothes patched up, I can gladly take care of that for you. I know it's hardware on the road.
I will more than likely have some business for you in the morning. Thank you.
Oh, take care.
I can't move the Lord Brian, so
I refuse to call him that because I know I'm going to slip up and do it during a conversation.
And that's part of the reason why I wanted.
And I don't have any dots in etiquette.
You taking him to the tavern?
Yeah.
Back to the room.
I basically I have him on Nemo with my cloak, kind of treating it like our friend just got too drunk and we're
Give me a stealth check.
Really?
Give me. Come on, it's a small town, and you all just came
Not
blitzing.
deception. I feel like
I want a stealth and a deception. I want both.
I will assist with the deception. Nemo might be able to assist you with the stealth.
Even with Nemo assisting me, it's a 15.
Well, yeah.
And deception 10.
All right. So
wait, you were helping me, right?
Yeah,
I gave you advantage.
Still a 10.
Jesus.
So here's what the stealth was more to the kind of blend into the crowd. There's not a lot of crowd, so it's like, okay, whatever, just act casual, don't be suspicious is the deception part of that.
Don't be suspicious. Don't.
I mean, you definitely, everybody that you pass is kind of like looking at you, but no one's stopping.
That's a giant deer.
Make it to the tavern. Like, okay.
You guys don't even
hello
like him.
there.
All right.
And the three elven girls that are like still by Dal's
Dal just kind of like looks in like fuck like just as they pass like
wow, this
what
stuff really works.
fuck?
Yeah, holy shit.
I mean, that was basically the idea going through my head, was that he had a little bit too much of like the herb, and we have to go take care of our friend.
Wow. We haven't even started smoking it. Just holding it makes you see the wildest crazy thing.
I'm careful.
Did you see
That
the
was-
blue elk?
That was worth 3 ceramic cats, wasn't it? Nick, can we get through the door?
I thought I deleted the door. Oh, not the interior doors. My apologies.
You're all right. And Kip will ask again, do you trust me?
I think we've already established that I do.
All right, V, I need you with me. Nick, can I get an Arcana check? Basically, can I roll an Arcana check to read Gaius and understand it, have my character understand it as I understand it?
So the nice thing about this is I'm gonna give it to you because a gesh has been talked about a
Oh,
whole
yeah.
lot in common understanding of the Krell Empire.
Okay.
So a common gesh is known to really only afflict you once a day if you break the command of whoever placed it on you. So you'd oftentimes hear of people from from Krell basically tanking the damage as best they could and then getting a day's journey for wherever they want type situation.
Oh, that's brutal. But it's until remove curse, potentially, or essentially until they do.
A remove curse would work. Greater restoration wish. You're not entirely sure. Death it frees you from it.
Well,
because specifically there's been cases where they've tried, at least the Krell, the gesh that's put on Krell. I mean, the remove curse and stuff doesn't work either, but death and then a resurrection spell didn't remove it. It still affected them. And
a 9th or 7th level spell? God damn.
What's up?
Oh, I was gonna say a 7th level spell couldn't beat a 5th level spell, but Gesh is supposed to be terrifying.
Yeah, so the thing with the one, at least on Krell, it's beyond a 9th because it's a lifetime one, and as far as you can tell, whatever is affecting the entirety of all of the Krell population is at least 9th level, because it doesn't go away without those spells. But you're pretty sure death is not an out. There's a time component, and then there's removing it by the spells listed above the remove curse, greater restoration, and wish, but it doesn't say anything about the spell ending. If you're dead and you're brought back within still the time frame, you can give me an Arcana roll to know definitively if you know that or not.
Sure. Nope.
Yeah. It's 50-50. Maybe, but you've already kind of mentioned it being kind of something that's on the soul, so you're not 100% sure that it has anything to do with the body.
Got it.
Being alive or dead. Because technically speaking, what happens if you cast a gesh on a zombie or a skeleton that's undead?
Would the Gesh, once they're dead, would the Gesh continue to affect them in the afterlife?
I mean, potentially. In the afterlife, I don't know. It normally deals psychic damage, but so you're at 50-50 because you roll a 1. You're like, I could go either way.
Gotcha. All right, so I'm going to talk fast because we don't have much time. We can take it as an assumption that we have all the information we need out of him, or we can take a gamble. And for that, I would need V either way.
Well, what are we trying?
I kill him, and you attempt to speak to his spirit. Failing that, then within the time frame, I gentle repose him, and we bring him back using the diamond, which we will then charge him for when this is all over.
Well, the gamble is in me being able to talk to him after he's dead, because I don't really control that. They just kind of come to me.
I understand. That's the gamble, and the gamble is also when we bring him back that it won't continue to affect him. We'd be eliminating two possibilities with one action, albeit at a rather steep cost.
I know he's a jerk, but we're not going to kill anybody.
I'm not
Especially non-consensually.
I'm not killing him out of malice, Mara. I'm killing him to try to break the gesh.
Okay, but maybe you'll do that by killing him, but he's for sure alive now.
Yes.
Mara, you can also give me a Arcana check, because Agesh is in the wizard's spell list as well. Yeah, death is not a way to remove Agesh. Because if they're brought back to life within the time frame, it's still placed upon them.
There's no way that plan will work. And
Well-
we don't kill people.
Well, we do, just, when they try to kill us.
Not
I think it was a good
helpless
idea.
men unconscious on the bed.
I think you're operating under the assumption that I'm wantonly killing him for the sake of killing him.
I don't think it was a bad idea. I think
Oh, real quick, Mara, you pondering, and it is a debate, maybe a philosophical debate, but if you cause them not to be able to understand, like if you stupefy them enough that they don't understand the commandments of the Gesh anymore, or you remove the memory of it and they don't know that they're under it, you know that there's maybe wiggle room there. It hasn't worked for the Krill Empire or whatever, but that is also a souped up, way more specific Gesh. But it's hard unless you're into human or like into sentient person testing. It hasn't really been fully worked out. But you do remember in your wizarding like philosophy ethics class something about that.
What
And
if he
That they have to understand the command. So if they're really either stupid or they have no memory of it, thus they can't understand it, might be a workaround in the short term.
provides the information by not speaking it out loud?
Are you asking me? Because
Yeah.
it depends on the wording of the Gesh. If it's do not speak of my plan, then yeah, writing it out might be okay. But you
Oh no, I'm
distinctly
thinking
have.
of reading his mind.
Oh, if he's not the one giving it up and you're reading their mind, then yeah, that wouldn't exploit it unless he was willingly aware that you were doing it and relenting to it. Then perhaps.
I mean he's unconscious right now.
Mm-hmm.
well,
You also know that if you can get him to wake up before the day ends, he's unlikely to be hit by it again.
yeah, it can only affect you once a day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to leave the room because if any of you are doing anything, number one, I'm going to say I trust you all implicitly to use your best judgment. Number two, I don't want him to benefit from my aura. Because I make you all stronger with resisting certain things by being around you. I don't want that to rub off on him right now if you're going to ask him questions. So I'm going to leave the room. I'm telling you, I'm not leaving the room to give myself plausible deniability. I'm doing it to help you. Okay, have fun. Bye. I'll be at the bar getting drunk.
Noted.
Nick, I'm going to start with trying to mundanely shake him awake.
Okay. Give me a medicine check.
Just light taps on the cheek, etc. Jesus.
No, he's out cold, not responding at all. Like even as reflexive, like if you try to slap him or tickle him or anything, you're getting nothing.
All right. From there, we move on to me emptying a water skin on his face.
Give me another medicine check.
Nah, bro, you're gonna need some smelling salts for this shit. This man just saw
Yep,
death.
I literally told myself if you rolled a 1.
Yeah, that's my second natural 1 in 3 rolls.
You get some stimulus, but you're kind of waterboarding him. Like you get the distinct impression you might have gotten some down his throat or in his lungs.
I'm going to turn him onto the side into the rescue position so he doesn't suffocate.
Give me another
I
medicine.
told you we're not killing him.
Oh, maybe somebody could assist.
They have to be skilled in.
Is that a house rule?
No, to assist somebody, you have to be proficient in the skill that you're assisting with.
Oh, I didn't see that in the PHP under the help action.
Yeah, for skills here.
Oh, I didn't think you meant that kind of assist.
19.
Yeah, you have stopped waterboarding him and you're pretty sure his airway is clear. He is still unresponsive, though. And upon kind of like working it out and working him, he's probably out, like barring like a lesser restoration. You don't think he's coming to anytime soon, at least mundanely.
I don't.
To avoid killing him, I'm going to stop trying to save him.
Yeah, I'll double check. There might be something further along later because I think with most of that.
Well, the reason
there might be an alternate rule in the DMG or something, but
that's kind of what I think.
The reason I was confused about that is then technically a familiar can't assist you with anything because they're not proficient in any skills if you use the find familiar.
But they have. There is something about find familiar that makes it. I don't want to get too.
I got you.
Off trail.
This sounds like a Discord discussion.
Yeah, we can resolve it.
Yeah.
Between.
Yeah, especially that we're getting closer to end of the night, so.
I don't even know if
either way,
medieval fantasy smelling salts exist, so I have no idea.
They do. Yeah. Smelling salts have gone back since I think Egyptians.
I'm gonna dig through my bag full of animal parts and see if I have some sort of an ammonia gland or something that I can wave under.
Stop trying to help.
That is what smelling salts are.
Prestidigitation effect for smelling salts.
That's true. You could try that.
It's an actual chemical that causes a reaction in your brain more than just an actual smell.
It's ammonia salts, and it causes a. Mm-hmm.
I have a +0 to my medicine, or a +4 to my medicine, so I don't think that would occur to me to use a scent gland. I'd just be like, well, I threw water on him and I slapped him, and he didn't wake up. I'm out of ideas.
The Romans.
Something in my 4 kits, Nick.
Oh yeah, you guys have plenty of tools available to replicate the effects of a lesser restoration if you want.
Yeah,
Hey
your
guys.
it might do it.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That's I was like, you can makeshift something, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure 2, maybe even 3 of you have this.
I have access to it, but
I don't.
I don't have level 2 spells yet.
Gotcha.
I'm
So-
just waiting for everybody to like calm down with their talking, and I'm like, this is fun.
So yeah,
He's-
they're kind of going back and forth. And what's your magic look like again, V? In this case, like, is it a song or
Wake the fuck up, wake the fuck up.
good time to get up?
No, mostly just kind of like humming, but you'll see music notes kind of appear and almost like they're coming off of a music staff, you know. She just kind of hums a tune, and you see quarter notes and whole notes and stuff. No rest though, because he needs to wake the fuck up.
Yeah. So he kind of, I don't know if you've all seen Back to the Future,
Doc Brown's.
3, when Doc Brown wakes up with the wake up juice, the initial kick of it, like pretty much wakes up, shoots up, screaming, and then passes out again, but not in the deep sense, but more of the like exhausted, like I've gone through hell and back, I've seen shit. So easily, like, you could stir him back up if you want, but yeah.
Waterboarding commences.
Well, I'm up. Am I dead? Are you angels? Be you devils?
Waterboarding continues.
I
You done?
don't know.
Okay,
Where am I?
you're not dead. You're in our inn room. Your maid was illusion, and your brother's home has been desecrated by a demon or a fiend of some kind.
Yeah. Don't go to the canyon. It's a trap.
You don't fucking say.
V,
I don't know what came over me.
what kind of
I
spells
was
can your seance bring about? Is it just ones that are available to songsters in general?
No, I can I can be taught temporarily, of course. Spells from the necromancy and the divination.
Hmm. 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 Okay.
So, Lord Byron, given our somewhat tenacious relationship so far, would you be willing to take a leap of faith here?
well, I'm not dead.
You're not dead, and I don't believe the guest should be able to affect you a second time today because it very well should have killed you the first time. Are you willing
I
to
felt
take
like
that
I
chance
died.
to prepare us for what needs to be done?
I don't understand. What are you asking?
I'm asking
I
you to
was
tell
about
us
to
everything.
Oh, well, seeing as I already let the cat out of the bag, I suppose I should fill you in.
And I'll be standing by in case it kills you. We'll bring you back.
No. Well, about a week ago, I got a letter from my brother about a labor dispute.
With the Goliaths.
Correct. And something was off. In reading the letter, I noticed inconsistencies with his message. And as I went to go to the guard, I was accosted in Uthrian by an individual in a red cloak. They seemed rather adamant that I not inform anyone of the labor dispute, and that instead my brother was to be considered held hostage, and I was to put a request with the Adventurers Guild, and that I was not allowed to make mention of it
The
to anyone.
the fellow with the red cloak, blonde hair, slightly high pitched
Blondish.
voice.
Yeah, higher. Yeah, I suppose.
Prone to laughter that one might call maniacal.
Perhaps I don't recall that behavior being observed by me. No.
I'll describe in detail the red cloak that we've encountered several times.
Yeah, he confirms a very similar depiction.
Any other details?
It's all foggy. I did a little bit of research. I did realize the situation that we were in. I don't know the ends to which this is all for, but I do know that there is some kind of sacrifice that they were aiming to have. An adventurous spirit was all that I can glean from what the requirements that they were looking for are. I don't know the exact nature of whatever the Goliaths and my brother are involved with in or being used, but it makes little sense, at least with what I've been able to gather.
I understand. The good news is we are willing to help you despite the deception in our initial contract. However, should
I apologize. I was trying to make it seem suspect.
you succeeded and you were under a gesh, we hold you no ill will for matters outside of your control. In fact, if you hadn't acted like you had, we wouldn't be here.
Apologies to Lady Wren. I meant no disrespect. And to you, madam, you are a lovely lady as well.
Suffice to say, there is no anger or ill will held to you by me, or I suspect any of mine. If it hadn't been you, it would have been somebody else to bring us here.
Tell him to take some damn writing lessons.
Oh, I'm quite... Icarus is quite adept.
I
Both,
am. I am still in the grip. That was over a mind link.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't realize. Yeah.
There are still people standing in front of my stall. I am not closing shop.
They are fully tripping, like, or think they are. You didn't really sell them very strong herbs.
No, I did not.
So it is very much a
They're riding
peer pressure vibe.
They're riding
tripping.
high
Yeah.
on oregano.
Yeah, pretty much.
They are mildly hallucinogenic, but whether that hallucinogen is just because of the smoke is really that shitty for you, or because it's actually hallucinogenic, that's up for you to decide.
I have to warn you, Lord Byron, at this point, knowing what we're dealing with, the likelihood of your brother still being alive is very slim. If this was all a ruse to get us here, then there's no need to keep him alive for even a facsimile of a hostage exchange. We can hope beyond hope that that's not the case. Would you say that your brother had an adventurous spirit?
I mean, he was trying to make this village, Uthrian 2, basically a suburb of Uthrian, and build it up. I don't know about adventurous as much as a capitalist, perhaps. I don't.
Sorry, I can hear the heart rate of an elf accelerating from nearly 200 yards away. And over the mind link, I start humming Zvi's "Shut the Fuck Up" song.
Entrepreneurial spirit, perhaps. Entrepreneurial. That is the word.
Then we will hope
entrepreneurial hard on.
we will hope beyond hope that he's still alive, and if so, then our objective remains the same, just with an added objective. And it may very well be that you and your brother, should he be alive and we manage to free him, will need to flee without us. And trust me when I say that would be your best and wisest course of action.
The coward in me had already prepared for that potentiality. I have a scroll that would get myself and my brother back to Uthrian post haste.
Good. And I mentioned that not to draw any aspersions as to your bravery or lack thereof, but more to let you know that the terms of our agreement may have to be amended. I'm warning you in advance that although we agreed to escort you to and from, you may have to do without on the way back.
Most understandable. Do you know what happens to me at the dawn of the next day if I've cooperated with you? Will
I will be at your side should anything happen. Suffice to say, if the worst should happen, which I don't believe it shall, but I'll be prepared, we can bring you back at considerable expense, which can be negotiated later. And that's not me attempting to gouge, it's just that diamond dust is not particularly inexpensive, and we only have enough for one use.
Oh, jeez. Oh. Good to know.
But we will be keeping watch tonight. You'll be staying in here with us, just to make sure that you are kept safe. And I will take the last watch in case something should happen to you. Myself or Mara will be able to stop it. Or at least to stop you from passing on permanently.
Oh.
True.
You may, worst case scenario, you may get more of a peek of the other side than you ever wanted to see.
That's terrifying, but given the circumstances, also understandable.
So that's where we are for now. Tomorrow we need to decide the course of action, hope to determine the depth of the Goliath's predation, if any, and then figure out where your brother is kept, although I have to imagine the canyon and the cave.
That was where we were supposed to lead you.
Is there anything else you can think of that might be helpful regarding this situation? Sometimes the most mundane is the most helpful.
Oh, gee. I told you that it was Holland that kidnapped my brother, which is not strictly accurate. If there was to be a kidnapper, it would have been Colin, his grandfather. Holland has tried to make better his ways and was using his following to find ways to earn an honest living.
And his grandsire clings to the old nomadic barbaric ways.
I think it's the other way around. He was acquiescing to his grandfather's wishes that they change their lot. Because Colin had been the one to propose they set up domicile in the canyon. I don't know which way that would lead, then which one, if either, is suspect of ill deeds. But I have no way to be sure one way or the other. That was more my brother's dealings. I was but informed through correspondence.
Understood. He'll look to V and to Mara and question marks to Gale and Dal in case they have any questions.
I'm not in the room.
Mind
Through the mind link, I
link.
think.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have any questions.
Yeah, the only question I really have is for all of us and how we approach the situation, because obviously there's a demon on the loose. We can't just leave it alone.
If not a demon, then the demon, because if it's the Quasit masquerading as the man in the red cloak, as it seems to have done previously, the archdemon could have cast through its familiar.
True. And if we can eliminate it, that would be one less headache for us.
The ritual is the true matter here. Saving a life is all well and good, but the ritual is clearly what they care about. And the question is whether he is the sacrifice or we are, or one of us.
Explain the ritual to me again, just so I have...
An adventurous spirit is all we know.
A ritual for an adventurous spirit.
The sacrifice must be an adventurous spirit. I imagine it's one of us, otherwise what would be the point in bringing us out here? Except to rub it in our faces, which also would be in keeping with its behavior so far.
So all we know is that there's a sacrifice and it's an adventurous spirit.
And if we get there, and your friend the Wayhouse Keeper is there again, I'm going to lose my shite.
The Wayhouse Keeper.
Valo.
Uh,
If he's been kidnapped a third time
Oh.
and was a former adventurer and a descendant of one of the people that originally sealed the archdemon, it would be appropriate. It would still annoy the shite out of me.
get out of my head, Chad. No, I'm just kidding. I have time to just throw him on the map now.
I'm just gonna kill him. Just gonna kill him. We've got to
Can't be sacrificed if you're dead.
We've got to stop meeting like this.
It's for your own good.
I attack him and he just...
Gentori pose, take his body back to his house and revivify him.
I attack him and he kicks
Stay
the
home.
shit out of me, and I'm like, oh, now you're good at defending yourself, motherfucker.
I've been doing push-ups since the last time.
So many push-ups. Mara, V, anything to add or ask?
No, I can't think of anything.
Now might not be a bad time to perform your augury.
What would the question be?
Where will the ritual take place?
No.
It's a yes or no.
Yes or no question.
Is the ritual in the Red Canyon, perhaps?
We can only ask one question.
Do we need to perform the ritual?
The ritual is not us. The ritual is what the demon is trying to perform. One of us is the catalyst. That's why they lured us here. And if I had to guess,
The only
I would-
reason I asked because it said one of the five has to. The journal stated that one of the five has to die in order for the five that returned to die, or something, or to defeat the five that have returned, or something along those lines.
I hope you wrote it down. 'cause
Yes, I
holy
did.
crap.
I did. It's
that is a rough butchering.
it is. That's Levi from memory, not from journal entry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Granted, it is also midnight, so
we're
we're wrapping up on
my understanding of that. Well, actually, I don't know any of that because you haven't shared.
Reborn in order to reclaim victory over the five that die and are reborn.
Because you haven't told us about the journal entry, just that there was an entry signed by Mara and V. But
He told us what was in it.
I told you guys what was in it.
They read it.
So my interpretation of that entry is just we're adventurers. One of us is going to die at some point.
But it says need. That's the thing. It doesn't say that will die. It says needs to die. One of the five will need to first die and be reborn in order to claim victory over the five that die and are reborn. That's why the question posed is, do we need this ritual to happen for us to achieve victory?
Which would imply that this demon wants us to succeed at a ritual to fulfill a prophecy that ostensibly harms its purpose. That is some megalomaniacal villain shite right there. There's a story of long past that bards like to tell of an anti-hero named Vegeta who would do just such a thing and allow its enemies to gain power just so it could beat them at their full strength.
I hate all of that.
Why would a vegetable want to fight people at full strength?
Why is his child named after underwear? No one knows.
The same reason his brother is named after a carrot. Anywho.
I hate where this is going.
That's the question I would like answered. However,
Mara, it'd have to be your choice. It's your ask. And you have more insight into the nebulous goings-ons than the rest of us.
So the question being, do we need to
Allow the
Go
ritual
to-
to occur?
yes.
Yeah.
Damn it, at one more level I could cast Augury too.
Do we need to be more specific about what ritual we're talking about? Just to shore up any chances?
The ritual involving the heroic spirit or the adventurous spirit?
We prepared to go to the canyon now?
No?
No.
Then now's not the time to cast.
Alright. You have to be closer to the place.
No, you have to be closer to the time frame.
To the event that we're asking about.
It'll
Pardon?
only the spell, if I know correctly, only gives you determination on immediate action.
I think we should leave as soon as possible. Maybe even before first light then. If we were to have the entire day before the exchange, we may be able to supersede when they are prepared for the ritual. Also, thank God for Mind Link, because we are definitely being watched right now.
if I don't rest before we go, and a few of our other of us don't rest before we go, we are putting ourselves in a potentially not great situation.
Mara, can you see invisible things?
I think it depends on how they're invisible, but let me think about exactly what I can see.
Nick, looking around the room, like doors, windows, is there any way for something to easily see into the room?
I didn't mean for that. I don't know why the initiative went up. Where you're at, yeah, there's a window to your the end of the carpet, like right here.
I can
There's a window
see
right there.
invisible creatures on the ethereal plane.
I mean, it's worth a try to take a peek.
I see them all the time.
All right, so you'd be able to see it. Nick, I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire centered on this square.
I'm gonna do the thing that I was just asking about. So I'm gonna pop Divine Sense.
Oh, sorry. I
Oh,
missed
that was Smite, not Divine Sense. Divine Sense. There we
One
go.
blast smash!
I see pain.
Divine Sense, and I'm gonna walk around I will walk through and around the tavern building.
Yeah.
To make sure that there's nothing like hidden and demonic.
And I'm casting Fairy Fire because
fiendish,
if I were
guess.
that piece of shit Mephit, I would be hovering outside the window, invisible.
Did you cast Fairy Fire? You said.
Yes.
Yeah, it goes off. Nothing. I mean, purple sparkles, but nothing seems to shine or reveal
I'm just
itself.
gonna make a quick perception check to see if anyone's watching me. That might be suspicious.
Yep. When he's done with that, I'm also casting it in the room because I'm a paranoid motherfucker, and I will.
Probably see nobody.
Yeah. So, okay, a couple things. So, perception check. Give me an insight check. Is kind of more.
Oh, I'm slightly better at those.
Yeah.
Blugger blur. Except
Womp
when that
womp.
happens.
You've got
know
an
what?
inspiration.
These girls.
I'll go ahead and inspiration it since we're at the end of the night. And Jesus Christ, these dice tonight.
Actually, slight breeze through the room.
Dale is
Not within.
on the opposite side of.
I'm still in my cart.
Oh, I
Yeah, he's-
I'm still trying to sell shit.
Yeah.
That's right.
Mind Link makes it kind of fuzzy.
Yeah. And then I'll do this, I guess. 19.
Hey, the girls definitely seem to be acting like they're high. You're not sure. You were kind of thinking, oh, it's just because they're trying to be kind of cool and giggly and keep your attention or whatever. It has been going on longer than would be naturally you accustomed, even if they were like merchant groupies type.
Hey,
They seem.
Gail, would you mind coming over here and just sensing for the divine and the not so much? See if you can't ping anything from these lovely ladies in front of me. They've been here a little too long.
I still have it
Gail,
up, so I'm gonna.
Yeah. But I want to give you a little bit of information also.
Yes.
When you turn on your divine sense within the tavern, you ping and get a aura of celestial.
Really?
Yeah, celestial, kind of permeating the entirety of the tavern, but the individual that you are with, Nesha, has a celestial ping.
We'll come back to that.
Does she look like an Asimar?
No.
Okay.
She appears to just be enough.
Cool. Okay.
Are half-ass bar a thing in 5e?
I'll eventually make my way over to Dell.
So as naturally as they could, as you are starting to walk down, because you have to come around and out, they have dispersed.
Okay.
Chase him down.
And I mean, you could try to make if you want to go into this house and then
Hey,
one.
You don't have to
I'm-
go into the house. You just literally just have to walk near it.
hey,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
like your
you
hair.
could. You yeah,
But if they're inside a building, isn't that full cover?
it is.
So it wouldn't work.
Unless
It would
there's a window open.
I mean, up to you.
Do I
Up to
see
you what
any
you want to do, Dave.
windows?
You could kick in the door and say, "This
Any
isn't where
open
I parked
windows?
my elk."
There's no apparent open
Yeah, I'm not-
windows right now.
I'm not.
I mean,
Sorry.
This
Solid.
isn't where I parked my elk.
I don't think I can help you. There is the tavern keeper or the barmaid in the tavern is some type of celestial or has some type of celestial aura to her.
What does that mean?
She pinged my
Oh God.
holy eyes. Like
Gail, Gail, pick up your baby.
baby.
Come
on, baby.
What?
All right, babies.
Nick, while this is happening, I'm casting fairy fire in the room because I'm a paranoid motherfucker and it might be in here with us.
Okay.
Did I not tell you they're always watching?
Always watching.
I'm
watching you.
gonna sit down
was asking.
and like order a little like a light dinner and some drinks and like try to have a chat with this
With typical Gail subtlety.
celestial person.
If I was celestial, what would I like to drink?
If you were celestial, no, I'm not that.
Did fairy fire light up any hovering imp-like creatures in the room?
It did not.
All right,
Unfortunately,
I'm gonna stop concentrating on it then, so we're not all glowing.
Purple sparkles.
Just see a fucking puff of pixie fart come out from underneath the door.
Anyone spying on us is just like, the fuck is going on in that room?
Bow chicka bow wow.
Do you come into the inn rave?
Do-do-do-do, do-do-do. All right. Well, if you don't mind, we can leave it at the note of Gail is going to start a conversation that will likely lead to a little bit more in-depth,
More information.
More information, and so I would like to leave that as where we will pick up next week, if you're okay with that, as we are now at midnight.
Nothing else
past midnight.
productive is happening.
Ouch. I'm trying, okay?
Hey.
We're just shooting off sparklers out the window.
Yeah.
Eventually, you'll get them with their pants down. I promise I'm not doing this to thwart you. But I also won't pander to you and throw in something that wasn't initially even planned to be
And,
there.
in keeping with tradition, we're going to get, stampeded by a horde of Oliphants through the inn because this motherfucker always sends shit to attack us at night.
It's true. Also, I'd like to express my appreciation for not making me have a serious conversation with a celestial creature at 12:15 in the morning.
That's all. That's kind of. I'm like, I don't think I could do this justice. I'm already kind of wavering. My meds are wearing off. I was like, I would love to go further, but I cannot do a marathon today.
Do you like radiant stuff?
Do you like waffles?
Yeah. The light is the best.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, with that, I will say goodbye to the Twitch stream. Have a
Good night, Twitch
You too.
stream.
Bye.